The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. 721 BC. The Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be. Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim, and Valley from the arms of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulun from Panama.
The North American Indians.
Simeon, the Manakites, the highest gathering in Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us. Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. In Colombia, we've been from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans, a highest gathering in Israel, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, a highest gathering in Israel.
Let's make the microphone, man. Let me fix something. One moment. That's 1, 2. Let me fix that line. First later, Ruben from Australia.
Issachar, the Mexicans.
That's with thee. Check 1, 2. I'm good now. All right.
Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the arms of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulun from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Manakites, the highest gathering in Israel.
Shalom, brothers and sisters. I'm Elder Rick Shiar of the Gathering of Christ Church, live with your weekly broadcast. And yes, as you can hear, some of the microphones, one of the mics was left at the church. So I'm trying to wing it here, not, to avoid a 2 hour layover or disruption between broadcasts. I wanted to be as close to the time as possible, usually giving like a 15 to 30-minute leadway for everyone to get in. Uh, Let me make sure you can all hear us clearly before I begin to go in. Can you all hear me clearly here? They said, turn it up some, elder. All right, I'm going to try. How about if I pull the microphone? How about if I pull it closer to me? Is this better? Is that better? All right. Let me just move the microphone a little close here. All right. Thank you. Thank you. You all are my tech help today. All right. That's a little better now that it's close, the volume. Yeah. That's a lot better, right? Okay. All right. I'm Elder Ricard Shaw, the Gathered of Christ Church, here with a very important broadcast. As you can see, the title, it's time to have the African conversation. Okay? The African conversation. When I say that, in lieu of everything that's been going on, right? So-called virus. They shift from a virus to a Ukraine war with a campaign as if everybody in the world are supposed to be concerned about what's going on between Russia and the Ukraine as some type of humanitarian crisis. We're shifting from one to the next. And you know what, folks? The more I see how the news stations are reporting this, I'm looking at past wars reported from the Western world with serious skepticism. Okay? With narratives that exclude the pain our people suffer during the time of war, and usually we're targeted under the cover of war. So I'm going to talk about that tonight, but there's another component that I don't believe was ever discussed, where the blame is not just with the oppressors. And this is why I titled this The African Deception. All right. The African conversation. Okay. Because what doesn't get reported during time of war? Right? All praises be to the Most High. Years ago, I was on the street, 8th and 9th and Market, and yes, we'll be out there again. And I told brothers and sisters, prophesying, before there was YouTube, before there was this social media boom. And I said, listen, these wars are created, but at the end of it, it's our people between the crosshairs suffering under them. And they're going to do everything to start in the Middle East, to claim that it's an American West against Arab problem or Middle Eastern problem, only to make our people, black people, in particular, the face of terrorism. Now, how did I know that? How did I know that? Well, I did a serious study on Christ. I did a serious study on Christ's prophecies concerning what would happen to our people once the Israelites lose Jerusalem. That's how I knew. And when I did that study, I'm like, well, hold up. These wars they're claiming with these narratives, World War I, World War II, Hitler, and all these other things, I never see reporting on the suffering of our people compared to the highlighted race the media chooses to make victim. right? I'm like, well, hold up. There must have been some black people during World War I and World War II that died. But there's only one narrative spin. And so later, I traveled around the world, as you know. The Bible says we must flee, and the Bible says we must go out like he goats before the flock to set locations, churches, as well as networks, so that when it all come down, there's a place or options for God's people. And I noticed, and this is what I said, we did a teaching, brothers and sisters, called The Path to the Mark. Now, in The Path to the Mark, I said, listen, this is a bait and switch. It's nothing for the media to clean up the image of Arabs after coming after we are targeted. So they'll say Arabs at first with their alliances at the top, saying, well, don't worry about it. We're going to use you as the bait and switch. But at the end of it, we're going to get the people in your country that we're targeting. The 12 tribes of Israel. So right now you're going to look like the bad guy, but we'll switch that off a few years from now once we set the infrastructure in place to go after God's people. It's only, and then they can just clean the Arabs up, image up. They're no longer Arabs, no more jihadis. 24 with the Jack Bauer guy on TV, they'll take that off, and all of a sudden you'll see a clean image of Arabs after selling us that they were the issue in the Middle East. So when I went overseas, I noticed even during the Arab Spring, what's not being covered. The Arab Spring that happened in Egypt. What's not being covered is what? And I'm going to ask these questions out there. What's not being questioned here is that when a community comes together under the cloud of war and begin to target the people they couldn't do otherwise before the war. There were situations where Africans that were in Egypt and all that, and we were getting reports from Sudan and other areas that they were actually being what? They were tying things around their neck, pushing them off buildings. A lot of unreported things go on, I'm going to tell you, during war. That same community that you thought, well, I go to college at, I'm doing good, the people like me around here, when really they see us in their communities as a threat when it comes to our what? Fraternizing with their women. So soon as a war breaks out, that gives the whole neighborhood, the whole town, the autonomy to come after our people under the cloud, under the what? Under the guise of war, knowing that war will not be against us reported. Reported. And I'm going to talk about that today. We're going to discuss we're going to have this African conversation. Because it seems as if when something happens, and when it happens to our people, Africans and black people alike and all that, it seems like there's a sentiment, especially from America, to rally behind our brothers who are suffering in these countries and our sisters who are suffering in these countries, and we should. But I also so believe there should be a level of appreciation when there isn't war, for your brothers and sisters, knowing that at the end of the day, we're going to need each other. And this is why I brought in some special guests. I got Elder Lawyer tonight. I have Elder Aria, who had some experience with Africans overseas. And we're going to talk. So there's two dynamics. There's one dynamic under a cloud of war, they target our people. And then there's another dynamic, how our people act one against another any other time. When it's all cool, we're walking down the street, we're at coffee shops, it seems as if we don't love each other. or fraternize or even say hello to one another until crisis. And then during the time of crisis, like it is now, we want everyone now to unite under a Pan-African hookup, when really we were hooking up with everyone else and ignoring the prophecies concerning these times. So I'm going to talk about that tonight. And what I need you all to do is hit the like button. Hit the like button so that traffic can be driven here, because we're going to have this conversation tonight. An African conversation, right? Because what do you think happens when you go to college and you're playing basketball, you go into these predominantly white or Asian countries, and these girls have seen you on TV and always lusted after these black athletes and singers and those of high intellect. You become a star in all these other countries just for existing, being a black American or an African. Don't you know that there's an undercurrent of conversation concerning you? Don't you know that? So in these other countries, they cannot wait for war to break out. Because soon as something happens where what? Where law and order goes out the door, the communities rally together. Don't think they don't already have these conversations. And these conversations are being had amongst groups in America too. That if a war breaks out and something breaks out, we're already together. And we're going to target these people who've been in our areas, dealing with our women, disrupting our communities. So I have some questions concerning that, on how we go forward, knowing what happens under the cloud of war. And if someone put themselves out there without protection, lollygagging and operating in this earth as if you're not a target, how much sympathy or protection should be afforded you? It's another conversation. Shouldn't, when you go into a country, you find out the network that's within that place that can protect you in time of crisis, just in case? And should that be established, and how? These are conversations that we need to have. I hope the sound is good. I'm using the computer microphone. It should be fine right now. But let's talk about it now. Let's talk about it. First and foremost, 2009, I was on the street and telling everyone 2009, 2008, 2009, that really all wars are against the children of Israel. All of them. All of them. Why? Because while they're fighting these wars one amongst another, their ambassadors and leaders are actually meeting in UN meetings. That don't sound like a war to me, where you still have your ambassadors and all that sitting around chummy, eating, drinking, dining, and having conversation as if your countries aren't at war. So what are they really discussing at the top? The war. What war? The war against the children of God. And this is what the Bible talks about. And I jumped on that last week when it comes to the desolation of abomination. The desolation is what they do under the cover of war against our people. It's time for you to realize, being an Israelite, you are a target. You are a target, especially under the guise of war. I brought out a book years ago. We all taught out of this. Rudolf Ard Windsor. From Babylon to Timbuktu. Right? From Babylon to Timbuktu. Telling us the history of what goes down with our people under war. Right? History. From Babylon to Timbuktu. It reads on page 84. In the year 65 BC, the Roman armies under General Pompey captured Jerusalem. Right? This was the war of Pompey against the Israelites, folks, which eventually Pompey was taken down through Julius Caesar, who aligned himself with our leaders to take down Pompey. And this is what led to what? That's right, Brutus in the Senate backstabbing Julius Caesar on the Senate floor. Because Pompey was beloved for taking down and destroying our people in war. And folks, this was 65 BC, before Christ. History. Right? History. Can y'all? Yeah, the sound is fine. The sound is fine. Yeah, it's fine here. Right? Let me make sure it's good. Yeah, the sound is excellent. Now, what happened after Christ? See, a lot of you don't know what happened during Julius Caesar and why the Senate turned on him. Because why? He got with our people and we joined together with Julius Caesar to take down Pompey. Now it says here, Titus put an end to the Jewish state, Israelite state. Matter of fact, let's go straight to 70 AD. In 70 AD, General Vespasian and his son, these are Europeans, Edomites, Titus put an end to the Jew state with great slaughter. During the period of the military governors of Palestine, many outrages and atrocities were committed against the residue of the people. During the period from Pompey to Julius Caesar, from Pompey to Julius, it has been estimated that over 1 million Jews, Israelites, fled into Africa, fleeing from Roman persecution and slavery. The slave markets were full of black Jewish slaves. Now that's history. It's not my opinion. This is what happens to our people under the what? Guise of war. Sex trafficking, people trafficking. Folks, they're just renaming it now. It's giving it a more public relations smooth over so that y'all don't understand that slavery never ended. At the end of the day, we're the target. Now, what do we have here? I told people that the Arabs, that before the Arab Spring, I told everyone that this have nothing to do with who? Baghdad, Arabs. It had nothing to do with that. It was about targeting our people in these remote areas under the guise of war. The Vietnamese that was attacked during the Vietnam War, folks, those are from the lost tribes of Israel in Vietnam, Cambodia, Philippines. Those are our brothers that been treated bad by the Asians, by by Japheth like we have been treated wrong by Esau over here in America or in the Western world. Every war targets our people. When you read the Bible, since we have lost Jerusalem in 70 AD, brothers and sisters, we have been what? The target of war. Because why? All nations are enriched through our captivity. So they must continue these campaigns to keep us underfoot. How do these nations know how rich they've become? By how poor we have become. Okay? So there'll never be a scenario in which they don't create another war, and under that, begin to attack us, which is what? The target. I'm going to play a few of these videos. A lot of what's wasn't publicized over here in America. Right? Why did they take out Gaddafi? Right? Let me get a few of these. 1 second. Let's go here. A setback to Gaddafi's American dream. Now, am I saying that Gaddafi was perfect? No, I'm not. But when he realized that the Western world was about to double cross and come against him, the only alliance that he thought he could create was an African alliance to rally behind him, knowing that the Western world were coming for him. So let's break down this. This video is from years and gives you the real understanding of why during the Arab Spring, they went after Gaddafi. Now let's see what people this is about.
The images of violence in Libya have appalled Africans across the continent, as they have the whole world. Especially because the man at the center of the crisis, Muammar Gaddafi, has positioned himself as a champion of the continent, vigorously promoting the Pan-Africanist idea of a United States of Africa, one in which he would be president. A continent with one.
Gaddafi was seeking to unite and what? And United States of Africa with a gold-backed brothers and sisters, currency. How many of you knew this?
The Pan-Africanist idea of a United States of Africa, one in which he would be president. A continent with one army, one passport, one currency, called the Afro. So what will become of Colonel Gaddafi's vision if he's toppled from power in Libya?
The exit of Muammar Gaddafi in Libya will have some tremendous consequences on the capacity, especially in terms of the tremendous energy and resources that he has dedicated towards ensuring that African unity, or what he calls an African continental government, comes into force.
The African Union, which was to be Gaddafi's vehicle for the idea, ignored him when he was its chairman last year. Despite that, the Libyan leader used his country's vast oil wealth to influence some in the organization, spending billions of dollars on everything from aid, the military, humanitarian and infrastructure projects, to buying expensive gifts and building monuments dedicated to African leaders. Focusing on getting the poorest and most fragile states like Chad, Central African Republic and Niger to buy into his ideas and broaden his popularity. If he goes, the African Union will be seriously out of pocket. The organization released this statement on the crisis.
The AU condemns the disproportionate use of force against civilians and deeply deplores the many human lives lost so far.
Is Gaddafi does go, will he be missed? Unlikely here in Nigeria, Africa's most populous nation, where the Libyan leader recently called for the country to be broken up in order to quell religious violence, leading many Nigerians to dismiss him as mad.
There have been many inconsistencies in how Colonel Gaddafi has positioned the identity of Libya, either whether it's an Arab Islamic country or whether it's a black African country. And I think what he's tended to do is to play the game of a political chameleon, taking on a different shade depending on what is actually supportive of his own objectives, not necessarily in support of Africa or the Arab states.
While he may not be missed, Colonel Gaddafi is one of the last African leaders to remember a continent largely ruled by...
Brothers and sisters, doesn't it seem like that brother that they put in front of the camera, doesn't it seem like he had a serious concern for the lives of Africans? See, and this is what they do. They find these guys that they would pay to go against those who's actually not perfect, but at least is willing to move some legislation to protect us. So let's see what happens after Gaddafi was toppled. Let's see how they treated our people in Libya. Fair use. Fair use.
This man, stripped naked, is being told to stay silent as he's burnt with what's said to be molten plastic. In another video, people are being beaten as kidnappers discuss ransom money. These videos are reportedly of Sudanese refugees being abused in Libya. Al Jazeera cannot verify the pictures. But the humiliation and abuse of African migrants here is not new. Libya is a major hub for human smugglers and traffickers.
See, I thought at a time in which the whole, governing world body was getting together for some sort of humanitarian campaign for the Ukraine. I thought it would be a great time to show what happened since the fall of our people in Jerusalem and what continues to happen. This is why we must examine every war they've packaged out there through the media. We must examine World War I, World War II, the Vietnam War. Everyone already have questioned the war with Iraq and realized it wasn't what they claimed it was. Because some people, a particular people, suffer more than any other people during war. And it's really to keep our people in a subservient posture. As soon as we lift up ourselves and try to do something for ourselves, something breaks out to the degree in which our people must do what? Begin at square one, over and over and over and over again. And that was prophesied, folks.
Who used the country as a transit for a perilous boat journey to Europe. Some officials have been accused of taking bribes to free people from illegal detention centers where people are kept under inhumane conditions. But Libyan forces deny the allegations that some are involved in rape, forced labor, and even murder. The poorly equipped Navy and Coast Guard say they're doing Europe's job of policing 1,700 kilometers of coastline and the Mediterranean. The Navy spokesman says the issue of migrant abuse is being fabricated to force international intervention.
They want to make illegal immigrants victims and to make Libya look like the culprit. Perhaps when these things proliferate, the international community will be urged to intervene in Libya under the pretext of illegal immigration. This is part of their plan.
Libya has been fragmented between two governments and many militias vying for power.
And that was the plan, folks. To divide Libya into two separate leaderships. When they were united under Gaddafi, with the plan for the United States of Africa. put in two leaders who continually fight one amongst another, and with a war-torn country, they can now, under the guise of war, under the clouds of war, institute slavery again, destroy our people without any media attention at all. Because why? All is fair in love and in war. There's no rules under war.
Last year, the videos of African migrants being sold in slave auctions sparked an international outcry. But Libyans accuse European nations of not doing enough and say the onus of dealing with migrants from across Africa has been dumped on Libya.
Libya did not and cannot play the role of a policeman. This relationship needs to be organized. An international conference between Libyans and Northern European states should resolve how Libya...
Okay, an international conversation should be had is what he's claiming. Brother, don't hold your breath for that, okay? We have to wait on the Ukraine-Russian crisis, okay? Because for some other reason, there's other races of people that are deemed higher in importance during the time of crisis, even though our people are being enslaved as we speak. When we were under the Rona for the last 2 years, as far as the news was concerned, our people were still suffering, just like we see right here on the videos. And they continue to suffer. I wouldn't send a red cent to the Ukraine. Next. Fair use.
This is not where these migrants want to be, heading back to the African continent, thanks to aid from the Italian government to reinforce Libya's coast guard. It's helped cut the number of migrants arriving in Italy to under 22.
A migrant what? A migrant slave trade? Out of Libya? You mean to tell me they still selling slaves? And that's that crap they'll tell us over here in America. Man, that's a long time ago. And why? Because they expect us, because we were born here, to think that there's no connection inherently, like there's no responsibility from us to our brothers who are suffering someplace else. And if that's the case, then why is the Western world so concerned about the Ukraine and Russia right now? Since we are America and we're just Americans and it doesn't matter what happens to our people someplace else. See the double standard, the hypocrisy? See it? They'll tell us, man, that happened a long time ago. It's not a long time ago if our people are still being enslaved right now. An injustice anywhere is an injustice everywhere. Remember that line by the great Dr. Martin Luther King? See, that's why they had to stop him, because they knew that it wasn't going to stop with just some civil rights bill here in America. The whole world was watching. It was going to be an international scenario where what? We were going to begin to look into what was going on, the injustices and the apartheid that was happening everywhere. So they go into Libya, who was really the jewel of Africa, who had their own gold resources, own gas resources, was about to make their own currency to help our people, and all of a sudden the Arab Spring pops up to divide the country in two.
2,000 in the last 3 months. It's the lowest total for 4 years. But people trafficking networks in Libya continue to flourish because of government chaos as rival groups battle for power. These Ivorians, repatriated to the Ivory Coast from Libya, say they risk being sold into slavery.
They sell Africans over there, in Libya. They sell men. Even 15-year-old Libyans are there in a car, they're armed. They'll come and kidnap you, and they'll sell you for 70 to 100.
And folks, a lot of these videos, some are current, and some of these videos have been out there for years concerning them selling our people in slavery. Why doesn't anyone ask Charisse Theron the so-called white African actor that's here, actress that's here, where did she get these 2 black boys that she now made transgender girls? Can anyone ask? Matter of fact, let me pull that up real quick. Let me pull that up. I'm going to Google this. Right up under our noses. I'm going to Google this, folks, so that you can all see it. I think her name is Charlize Theron. And I'm going to put daughters right here for you. Charlize Theron's daughters. Right? Charlize Theron's daughters. Right? And let's go to images, Google Images here. Folks, listen to me clearly. This is 2 African boys that she adopted, brothers and sisters, that she so-called adopted. Right up under our nose. This is 2 boys that she's raising as daughters. This woman is sick. What does that mean for a nation of our people who just look idly by and won't say anything? What's that say about us? These young boys suffering like this. When I see this, I see slavery. This is captivity. I don't want to hear that crap. Slavery is that we've been emancipated.
$150, and then others will resell you.
As soon as you arrive in Libya, the first thing that happens is that you are taken away and sold. Our black brothers from West Africa, wherever you are from, a Malian, a Senegalese, or any other.
See, brothers and sisters, that's the bait and switch. They'll make you think something is really bad or hard is going on the outside of our country. And look at what they're doing what they're trying to teach our young women, our young men in schools. What are they prepping them for? For slavery. Emasculating our men. Turning them out.
Other nationality from the West, even an Ivorian, you are sold. And for what? $700.
But these migrants will tell you that life is so hard in their home country that it's worth almost any risk to make a new start in Europe.
Now, with the advent of the smartphone and with Facebook and others pushing into Africa, a youngster can meet a smuggler in 2 seconds on a phone. Now, nothing is being done to challenge that. They think they're following a dream to Europe. They end up in the maw, in the grip of these rapacious smugglers.
Let's say about the show, Epstein and another woman, Charlize Maxwell, sex trade. Now, folks, this is what they were covering up the whole time when they had us focusing on Bill Cosby with an illegal conviction and R. Kelly. We have to stop letting them dictate what's a victim so that we can look the other way while they're enslaving and killing our people and dealing with real heinous sexual activity against our children. For the last couple of years, we thought that the only people that was dealing with any type of sexual improprieties were black. And this is what we allow. Next last story before I bring in a guest that, I haven't had him on for a while, Elder REI, in preparation for what's coming up, the Passover. I wanted him to come in today because he sent me some of these stories, it had my my blood boiling a little bit. And this is international news, stuff that you can't find within the controlled news in the United States. Indian and African students alleged racism at Ukrainian border. As the war between Russia and Ukraine triggers mass exodus, foreign students, especially Indians and Africans, attempting to cross over to Poland have claimed that they are facing racial abuse by the Ukrainian security forces at the border. Now, REI sent me a video of what the police was doing to our brothers and sisters there. The video was so heinous that I can't even play that video here on YouTube. Police are doing all types of stuff and it's not getting reported. I told you all it's a bait and switch. It's a purge without them telling us that we are the target. The same way where we hear about a virus pops up in Wuhan, China, and now it settles in North Philadelphia. All of a sudden, we have to just focus on the people who are disproportionately affected in strategic areas where it's drug riddled and all that. All of a sudden, the virus just want to stay where we are, and all the other. And guess what, folks? Hold on. That was my phone there. And on top of that, I'll get it in a second. On top of that, they even had a question during this so-called campaign of the code the last 2 years. The question was, well, what people should get it first? What people should actually get the stuff first? That was the whole question, folks. If it's a virus, it shouldn't matter who gets it first, right? Unless the virus is race specific. Should it be the well-to-do people? And then guess what? And that's the Hegelian dialectic. They already knew the answer before the question. The answer was, well, we have limited supply. So because of the limited supply, we should focus on the group that's disproportionately affected by diseases. The underprivileged should get it first. You know what I mean? Remember that? Let me finish reading this. I gotta find my phone. It's around here somewhere. I'll get it in 1 second. Several videos have emerged on social media purportedly showing people of African and Indian origin being. Hold on, I gotta find this phone. This thing is really. Hold on, there it is. There it is. Let me turn this thing off. Someone says it sounds like it's a short in the wire. Oh, that was a long time ago. So is that my? What'd you say? Are they talking about my?
Copy as we speak.
What'd you say, LD Aria?
This is Loy. I'm saying that it's coming through choppy as we speak. The sound.
Oh, my sound is coming through choppy. 1 2 1 2. All right,
Yes, sir.
1 second. Let's see. I think I know what it is. One. Has it always been like that, or it just started doing that?
For the last few minutes or so, it just went choppy.
Okay.
It
Okay,
comes in and out.
Okay, the last couple of. Okay, let me make sure it's good now. Is the sound fine now? It's clear now? Yes?
It's a little better, but it's still like a little static in there.
Okay, and it happened out of nowhere, huh?
Yeah.
That is quite weird. Let me try one other thing. One moment, folks. Yeah, let me try something real quick. Da-da-da. Okay, got that. Hold on 1 second. Let me try something else here. 1 second. 1 second. Let me try something. One moment. Let's see. 1, 2. Okay, is this fine? Is this fine now, or is
Much
it
better.
still choppy?
That's much better.
It's much better. Okay. So it must have been that layer that I showed. So I'm going to keep that layer. I'm going to move out of the way. It could be that layer. All right. So it's much better. Okay. All right. So, Elder Lawyer, hopefully,
Yes, sir.
I mean, I really showed exactly what I needed to show. All right. Hopefully, this thing doesn't mess up when I bring you all in. I apologize for the technical issues. All right, Elder Lawyer. These guys. All right, 1 second, Elder Lawyer. There you go. Okay, that's Maestro. Okay, and Elder Dale says it's much better. Okay, I'm good now, right? I'm good. All right. All right, Elder Lawyer. Before I let you come in, all right. Elder Aria, you with us?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm with you. Okay. It's all good now. Praise the Most High. All right. Real quick. And I'm going to pose a question out there. I made a statement that all is fair in war. That really they use these wars as an excuse to target our people in strategic areas. And it seems as if our brothers and sisters who are immigrants, when they come into countries where we are or see us overseas, it seems like they deal with us at arm's length. Not all of them, but the majority of our interactions when it comes to dealing with the Africans that I've seen, can be like standoffish, but when they go into these European countries, oh, they say it's choppy again. One moment. One moment. One moment. Okay, one moment. Let me fix this. Let me fix it. I know what to do. I know what to do. I'm fine right now, right? There's no issue right here, correct?
You sound good to me.
I'm good. I'm good now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to wait until they tell me that the sound is good. And then I'll deal from there. Yes? Is it still choppy?
It's like a little bit like in the background. I mean, I hear you clear enough. It's like barely some little.
I know, but I think I know what it is. Okay, I think I know what it is. I think I know. Is that better? That's clear now, right? Okay, I think I know what it was. I think I know what it was. I know exactly what it was. Okay. I'm just gonna flow with it, right? I'm just gonna flow with it because and I'll just fix it in between 721. Clear now. All right. This is what I'm gonna do then.
Are you all sure this is good? All right, okay. But I didn't sound good at first, correct? Aria?
Yeah, I think go on for an extent.
Okay. All right. So I think I know what I need to do. One moment. One moment. This is what I'll do. This is what I'll do. All right. All right, Maestro. I see you. One moment. I'll make a quick adjustment. One moment. Yeah, I know what to do. Stick with me. One moment. I apologize, folks. Some of these things are beyond my. He says it could be a noise count canceling issue. I'm not sure, but one second. I'll fix it. One second. Stick with me, y'all.
I say it's good. So they say, yeah, everyone's saying it's good, it's perfect.
I
Bible to understand when it comes.
1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. All right, that's it. That's it. I'm gonna have to do that. I'm good. All right, I'm good. Can y'all hear me clearly? Yes. All right, just bear with us, brothers and sisters. Bear with us. I'm almost there. All right. All right, my sound is now perfect. Yes? Yes. Let me get this out of the way. Get that out of the way, and I'm going to have to deal with it from here. One moment, folks. I know it's better. One moment. What I'll do is I'll have AC. What I'll do is I'll have AC fix this. So don't worry about it. So he'll edit it for those who may run into the video. And I'm going to have to keep it like this. I'm going to have to keep it like this. All right. So the sound is good, right? We good. Thank you all. I have sound now. All right. Okay, one moment. 1, 2. All right. All right. Just turn the gain. Oh, that's what it is. All right. So we good, right? Y'all can hear me? Loud and clear. All right. All right. Say something. Say something, Maria. All right. Say something now, Eldoria. One second. Say something now to the Aria.
So can you hear me?
There we go. Praise the Most High. All right. All right, let's jump right in. I apologize for the technical issues, brothers and sisters, but we're back. All right. All right. They can hear me clearly. They can hear you all. The sound's great, right? All right, let's go. So what I'll do, just so that things are not messed up here, right? Right? I'm gonna bring y'all all in over here. Okay, we're gonna start off with you, Elder Ariah. Elder Ariah is in the house.
You hear me? Shalom, shalom, shalom.
Okay, if you can speak up just a little louder. I was
Sir,
mentioning.
can you hear me?
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. Just a little. I was mentioning, Elder Ariah, about the African experience. And you brought up something in particular that I believe very few speak about concerning the Africans' relationship with our people who come over into Africa or come into Egypt, and or even how they interact with us here in America. How they'll deal with the Egyptians or the white people a certain type of way, and they have the freedom to do whatever they want to do. But more so, some of them might alienate our people who usually champion their causes when there's humanitarian crisis going on against them. It's usually our people standing up, giving a voice and shining a light on our people's suffering. Like in the Ukraine right now, the police are destroying our African brothers and sisters. Libya, they're selling us like slaves. But what have been your interaction with the Africans while you stayed over in Egypt for a while? Also, give us, tell them what you told me, if you don't mind.
When I used to go to the store or just frequent wherever, I would always see my African brothers as underlings to the Arabs. Of course, it kind of struck me a certain way, but when I would try to speak to them one on one, they would always ignore me. And after a while, it became a pattern, and I thought that maybe they just don't hear me. So one day I walked up to one of them and I said, "Hey, brother, no, no disrespect, but I just said hello. You guys don't. Every time I talk to our brothers, none of them never say hello." And he just kind of like, "Oh yeah, sorry." And then that was it. He didn't like it's nothing but Arabs around us, and it's like you're on the other side of the country. You see how they treat our brothers, and you spoke on it, how they treated us in the Egyptian revolution, the thing that went with Libya. It's a lot of stuff that happened. They were hanging brothers, chopping them with machetes, all type of stuff that wasn't on the news. And then our own brothers, they don't want to speak to each other, say hi or anything like that. So that's pretty much what I went through. So
Well, what alarmed me with that, because it leads us to these questions, right? There was two separate questions or some things I wanted to pose. And maybe you and lawyer, you can chime in on these before the phones open up. All is fair in war. Since the Purge movies came out, they were just telling people that the world is under a pledge. I mean, or is really under a purge. And under the guise of war or medicine, there's certain particular people who didn't prepare for that moment that will be purged. World War I, World War II, Vietnam War, right? our war, the war against Vespasian, the Romans who destroyed us, we ran into Africa. But you would think that since our people are usually destroyed in these wars, that our interaction with each other would be a lot different during peace, as if we're not going to need each other. It seemed like the other races of people prepare for war, even in times of peace. So these are the two questions I want to pose, and maybe we can put it out there. And usually when we put something out there, the Most High put a spirit out there in which we can begin to ask questions or have conversations that we seldom have as a people. Number one, check out this question, Elder Lawyer. Is it wrong when the majority people of a country rid themselves of internal enemies during war? Now, hold up, Elder Lawyer. Listen to my question. Now, you hear this question. Now, it doesn't matter the race.
Sure.
Is it wrong if there's moral decay, a threat to your race, a threat to your way of life? Is it wrong for the majority in a community under the smoke of war to get rid of those who they deem a threat or an enemy during that war?
Good question. And to answer that question, I try, or questions like this in general, I try to find an equivalent in scripture, because I know with questions like this, there's a lot of emotion surrounding it, especially if the majority of the country, if the ruling class of the country, if you will, or the majority of the country is white and the minority is black. I know with that comes a lot of emotion. I try to compare it to biblical times.
Okay.
And I try to ask myself, if we were established as the Israelites, as the ruling class of a country, we have a monarchy, we have a priesthood, we have judges, we have laws, statutes, and commandments which govern our people. And there's an instance in which you have a foreign class within the country who, through their customs and the way that they operate, the way they live, what they worship, who they worship, and how they worship, if it becomes, or it comes into conflict with the ruling class being Israelites, if it comes in conflict with what we believe, what we worship, and how we worship, I try to ask myself, well, how would we react to that? And when I go back to the scriptures,
When you say how we will react, are you saying now or are you saying during biblical times?
I'm saying during biblical times.
Well, how we dealt with that. Remember when the Gentiles would come in every Sabbath after the judges and Nehemiah, the prophets, warned them that if you
that was the example I was about to refer to.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so that's the only one I can actually think of at this time. You know, outside of obviously, you know, the Canaanites going into the land being promised to the children of Abraham, the Canaanites being there, dealing with what they were dealing with, and us, our forefathers, at least being told to rid them of the land. Okay. And the one you're about to go into with Nehemiah, where they're selling or trying to sell goods and wares on the Sabbath, which is against our commandments, which is against our law. So it gets to a point where the people have to be told, listen, if you don't stop, we have to lay hands on you. We have to use brute force. So looking at that as an example, taking the emotion out of it, if we're in the ruling class and we have certain laws which govern us, and people are operating against those laws, then you can expect there to be some type of repercussion. And that's not to say that the people that are in those countries currently, fast forwarding to today's time, I'm not saying that they're going against laws. I'm not saying that they are outwardly doing anything that is against the government or whatever the case may be. But I'm just using that as an example to show that, you know, sometimes you have to think about when the shoe is on the other foot. How do you view, or how would you view other people in your country, in your space, bringing ideas, culture, and various things which may be adverse to your belief? So
Okay.
I'm not sure if that answers the question, but
Okay, it does. It
uh,
does. Because what I want to move to real quick, Elder Lawyer, is some examples of how it seems as if people have become lax when it comes to our surroundings and environment. At one time, we understood as a people that we were under attack. I mean, even growing up with gang wars amongst our people, we knew that you couldn't go in a certain area and talk to a girl from that area without the threat of getting jumped or even losing your life. Especially if you're going to come from another area, you're talking to the best looking girl in the area that someone else wants. It seemed like in the hood, we had that code to understand, well, listen, those girls belong to the brothers over there. And they knew not to come over here to the girls in our area, right? But now we are running willy-nilly, colleges, playing football, athletes, and we're going into these different countries, not just choosing any woman, we're choosing the women they want. We're all out drinking with them. We're doing all types of, and not only that, to a degree where we think in the back of their minds, they accept us. When really they're calculating, they're thinking of a moment that they could retaliate without any recourse, without consequences. When someone is coming in and you're dealing, and this is what happened with a lot of these Africans. Like Ariel, they're saying they won't even speak to us, but they partying with the Egyptians, partying with the Libyans, right? Over there in the Ukraine, going to school. Now, no one should be treated wrong at all. It doesn't justify what's going on with them. But we're operating lax as if we're not the children of God under a what? A systematic war from one generation to the next. And then when war happens, that's when the retaliation comes. That's when they gang up on that one guy on their block in their communities and start dragging black people out of their areas, out of their apartments. Look what happened during the COVID thing. The first thing these Chinese dudes wouldn't have stepped to those brothers one-on-one, but an opportunity happened, right? Under COVID, things broke down. People had to stay in their homes. And now the police and all that, and other people would leave in certain areas, and that means there was a mark on all of those African doors, so that when it happens, they knew exactly where to go to. Right? So this leads me to the next question, elders. This is good. And I don't even know. Maybe Elder Gabar would like to chime in on this too. If so, Elder Lawyer, Elder Gabar, text me, okay? Here's another question, elders. How are we understanding that at the end of any war, our people are getting destroyed? How are we to walk or live in times of peace, knowing the fallout that happens during war? If someone is going to go into a foreign country, shouldn't there be some type of network, some type of check-in to make sure you're with, a large number or someone with some level of code to protect you and your family in a foreign country? Shouldn't there be some type of what you would call an alliance that when you go into a country, you check into? And like, listen, this is my family when I go there. Like, for instance, if I travel over into certain Greek islands where I know my brothers are, my sisters are, I'm not going to just go out and operate normally. I'm going to check in with the brothers and sisters I have a network with. Right? There should be some type of code that's established. So if you go into a country, you're going in to a protected network. Every other race of people have that, except the children of Israel. So let me ask you this question. How are we to walk or live knowing that if a war break out, they're coming at your door? They're coming to your door. And folks, don't think that's not going to happen here in America too. So go ahead, Elder Oriel. The floor is yours.
Well, the first thing that comes into mind before I answer that part is the scripture Isaiah 31:1, where it's talking about running to the Egyptians for help. It says, "Woe to them that go down to Egypt for help and stay on horses and trust in chariots because they are many, and in horsemen because they are very strong. But they look not unto the Holy One of Israel, neither seek the Lord." And the thing is, because our brothers are treating us and we're treating each other this way, we can't have that alliance. But like you said, when we were living there, when we travel, we have an alliance, knowing we even plan for, hey, if this happens, you're going to go here, we're going to do this. No matter where we go and travel, our people have used to always operate like this. But now, I mean, whatever's going on where these brothers are going, to marry, and we're not talking about anyone's marriages now. We're just saying where they're going over to these countries, exactly on what you spoke on in these colleges and things like this. It reminds me of this scripture where we're going to everywhere else except for our people and the Most High for this type of refuge. So you understand? I have so many scriptures here because
let's go.
Like you said,
let's go. If you got them, bring them.
Well, Amalek smoting Israel in the way. We're running to these same people right now, as we know, Ukraine and Russia. These are these people. It says in Deuteronomy 25:17, "Remember what Amalek did unto thee by the way, when ye were come forth out of Egypt, how he met thee by the way and smote the hindmost of thee." So that's exactly what's going on now. It's nothing new under the sun. So when they get a chance and they see us weak, this is the same thing that they're doing. You spoke on the thing about Asia. It says in 2 Ezra 15:53, "Would I with jealousy have so proceeded against thee, said the Lord, if thou hast not always slain my chosen, exalting the stroke of thy hands and sang over their dead when thou was drunken, set forth thy beauty and thy countenance." So that's showing that with the Asians, you can go in about Moab and Ammon, so on and on. This is nothing new under the sun. And really, our people don't even need the Bible to know that, hey, no matter where you go, they're going to treat us a certain type of way. I watched black brothers in the Egyptian streets get smacked in the face. Matter of fact, I have a story where I was on the bus, and I know that there was still slavery going on in Sudan, but you have to know these things. You have to understand culture when you travel. He was grabbing my dreads. He was an older gentleman. And I said, "Excuse me, sir, please don't touch my hair." Kept touching my hair for 5 minutes off and on. And I'm like trying to shoo him off because I'm not going to get any cool points for smacking up an old man. So I'm trying to be very patient with him, hoping he gets off soon. And the brother probably was about 60, 70 years old, man. And he still thought that he can just touch on me and do whatever he wanted to do. And he was a small gentleman. So he eventually got off, and he had a cane. And I still, even after all that, had patience. And he said, he tried to say bye. I said, "Nah, I'm not saying bye to you. You were very disrespectful on this bus." This is what this brother tried to do. He smacked me in the face pretty hard, and he tried to run off with a cane. I'm not gonna lie to you. I smacked him back twice, because he pushed me to the point. He pushed me to a point, like he pushed me so much to a point where it's like, brother, that it's not like at this point you taking it too far. The whole Egyptian bus, they'll do something, but when they see Judah rise, you know how it is. They all got quiet. I got back on the bus, nobody said nothing to me, but usually they would fight for their people. But it comes to a point to where, like us in America, our plight that we've been through, they're not smacking us up when we walk through Egypt. And our African brothers, this is what's going on with them. So that we really need to stick together instead of trying to stay separate and run to the Egyptians, like the scripture said, or run to this country. Yeah, it's okay for someone to go to college. But like you said, Elder, why am I going to go over here and marry these people? When every time they walk around, they talk about Africa. Oh, I'm African. Well, if you're African, why are you not standing in your country and building with your own people? That's my question.
That is a good question. That is a good question. Yes, I believe that we should get to Africa, but I believe the onus should more so be on what? The African power structure. It should be on them. We were the ones that were moved afar off out of our lands, right? And one thing I can respect about the Jewish people, even though the quote unquote Holocaust, the quote unquote Holocaust historically here in America happened predominantly to German Jewish people in Europe. Guess what? Every Jewish person on earth has aligned themselves with the Germans the German Jews they didn't know who suffered under that. Which means if our people suffered there, we're going to rally politically to make sure there'll never be any suffering like that for us anywhere. And it's time that our people begin to look at that and say, well, hold up, if they can, the people in Germany didn't have no impact on what they were doing here in America, did they? The answer is yes. Because if they can do that to me here, what's to stop somebody from doing that to me wherever I go? Now, the narrative and how the political machine used it, that's a whole nother conversation that we don't need to understand. But I don't know a Jewish person in America who does not relate at some point, at some part of their being with the Holocaust, even if they didn't know anyone there. When are we going to graduate to that? To love each other enough to where we feel the same pain of losing our family when we see our brothers being shipped on boats, captivity, being sold into captivity in Libya. You know, during war of the Ukraine between two white people, it's our people suffering. Have we become that desensitized? Or have we all together lost the love for our own family? Is that what it is? Do we feel nothing for each other anymore? And see, and this is what the Most High was talking about when he says that what? Eventually, 1/10 and 2/3 shall be cut off and die. Other nations unite under times of crisis. We have been in a crisis ever since we lost Jerusalem, and still we're the last people to actually rally and do something about it. And the least we can do is come together with those who are experiencing the same suffering in this earth and begin to have a conversation on how to fix things. So we're going to talk about that on the broadcast tonight. Anything else you want to say, Elder Lawyer, real quick?
I wanted to elaborate, answer the second question you asked, but then elaborate on what Ariah stated, because I think he made a very good point in regards to the difference as far as going into a foreign country. Obviously, when we went into a foreign country, and this is the point that Ariah made, that we had a commonality before leaving. It was already a network before leaving, a common belief system before leaving, an understanding of who we are and how that connects us before leaving. The thing with Africa is this. Sometimes when we think of Africa, we think of just one big country of just united Black people. In reality, number one, Africa is not a country, it's a continent. And in that continent, there's over 50 countries. And within those over 50 countries, there's thousands of different tribes, different languages, different belief systems, different customs, different cultures. You can have two African countries, one next to the other, and they don't get along with each other. You can have one particular African country, but within that one country, there's tribal differences. They don't get along. So it's very easy to some degree to have a situation where You see them operating, for example, you see them operating in the East, you see them operating in Egypt. And it seems like they get along more so with the Egyptians than they do with us. Well, the commonality that they feel they have with the Egyptians is maybe the Egyptian is Muslim and I'm Muslim. So even though I'm subservient, we're both in the same religious belief. So I'd rather be a Muslim that's subservient to an Arab than be, have or try to find a common ground with what I consider, what we may consider to be a black brother. So the differences don't start, and the separation and the division don't start with us. It starts there. They are divided amongst each other. They don't like each other. So when they go into these other places, when they come here, when they go into the Ukraine and other places, that's carried up to some degree. That's carried over. Now, maybe when they get over there, they kind of, hopefully they find a common ground. But for the most part, these people are divided. They do not get along one with another. So, getting back to what Arias stated, that was powerful because that's before we even left this country, that was already established. So getting over there, we already kind of knew that it's us or nothing. We don't have anything else. With them, hey, I got my Muslim brother. I'm a slave to him. I'm subservient. I get smacked around in the street. I get disrespected. I get called all kinds of names. I get spit on. All of these things happen. I get sold into slavery. All these things happen, but still, we're Muslims. And they'll ask, why are they getting beat? Why are you doing this to me? We're brothers. We're Muslim brothers. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you selling me in slavery? We're Muslim brothers. This is their thinking. When it comes to their own people that, we have the same skin, or whatever the case may be, and many of them are of the tribes of Israel, so on and so forth, but they don't want anything to do with us because of the cultural differences that that already exist amongst them. So looking at the videos, it's disheartening to look at what we saw on those videos of what was happening to them. And in any situation, our people here in America going through what we went through, our first instinct is, what can we do to help them? And what can we do to stand up for our people who are going through this in this particular country? But it first starts with, as much as we want to try to help them, we got a lot of things going on here that we need to fix amongst ourselves, that we need to get over. What needs to happen is that there needs to be an outcry there amongst Africa to stand up for their fellow brothers in Africa, whether you're Nigerian, Ghanaian, whether you're Ethiopian, whether you're Zimbabwean, whether you are South African, whether you're from Chad, Congo, wherever you're from, there needs to first be an outcry there for people to stand up and say that, listen, we're against the slavery that's going on with our people in Libya. Even though we have our cultural differences, we all fall under the label of Africa. Let us stand up for Africa. It's going to be very difficult for us to stand up for people that, don't want to stand up for themselves. And to some degree, it's disheartening, but that's just the reality of the matter.
So really, what's happening?
With that, I yield.
Don't yield yet, Lloyd, because this is good. So really, what we're seeing in the Ukraine, what happens in the fallout of war, it's really a microcosm, and it's really highlighting what they're fled from. It's highlighting the fact that there's no help anywhere, not even the place they came from, where they can go into another country with them and their family with no defense long term if anything happened to them. Now, no other people are like this. I remember a white girl went missing years ago. I was about, 26 at the time? And a white girl from America came up missing in the Bahamas. White girl, blonde hair, blue eyes. That became an international story. That became an international story. But we can come up missing, dead, destroyed during a time of war. Something must get done, because is this normal? Let me go to ask you, is this the norm? It's just that we don't want to accept the reality of it. Because I'm going to tell you this, because I wrote this down. Because, oh man, this is a good conversation. We need to have this conversation well beyond here, elders. But it's like this, man. Hold on. Let me say this. Here's a question. Is it the Muslims' responsibility or the Arabs' responsibility in these countries, these African countries, to stomp out racism altogether against our people? Is it their responsibility to do so? Or was Islam, were we converted under Islam so that exactly what's happening continues?
Yeah.
Huh?
I would say the latter.
I would say the latter, like Elder Lloyd, because the whole time you were talking, I was saying, this also shows Esau's warfare, how he divided on every level to conquer. In any event, he can conquer because everybody's already divided in the first place. Like, I mean,
right.
So in that, I believe what needs to happen, if it can happen, it don't have to be anything public and all that. There needs to be an African summit. But the belief of Islam stays at the door. Your belief in Christianity stays at the door. The conversation starts with us uniting as the people of Israel according to history, what has happened to us and how to avoid that going forward. With it, it has what? A moral code. It unites God's people under what we were from the beginning and who we were from the beginning. It identifies through history how religion was used to keep us in a subservient posture under the Gentiles who have converted us. So even if you believe you're Muslim, you're not bringing the belief of Islam up in here in the conversation. Because when our people are being war-torn, raped, sold into sex trafficking and all that, no one is saying Assalamu alaikum. No one, people could care less what religion they're following. Right? So the conversation got to be had where our people stop defending these religions that keeps us subservient, that keeps us in a posture under the Gentile nations who have converted us. So there should be an African summit, but the conversation historically can't be some ambiguous Africa or black or anything. The ties that bond that would have what I would think a fruitful outcome would be the children of Israel. We're the people of the Bible, and that can't be denied. So we need to have a conversation on how to protect ourselves as the people in the Bible, as the Israelites. Another thing, and I'm going to ask you, there should also be an inner city summit, a summit where the influential people who can actually make a difference, not politicians. No politicians. You can have religious leaders or whatever the case is, but there needs to be inner city summits where influential people with influence and power can come together and discuss how to change the course of what has happened to our people throughout history. With the same, understand, with the same premise, where the people of the book, and through it, we'll begin with a presentation to prove that we're the people of the book and all the wars lost since we fell and what have happened to our people from one war to the next. A desolation prophetically according to the prophets who foretold our current state.
The same way others can look at World War I, World War II, and point out Hitler, point out this, point out that. We can point out from Pompey to Julius, all the way up to Napoleon. What happened to our people, the North American Indians? What happened when the explorer Cook came on the shores of Hawaii? What happened there, and how they end up doing what? Rallying against that so-called explorer. When they found out that he was mere man, and they took the explorer, they dealt with that explorer Cook in Hawaii. Because the men that came into Hawaii started getting drunk, raping the girls, doing all types of stuff in Hawaii. And there's a story that they don't want any of us to know about. That particular history must be compiled, and we have to let everyone know that, listen, all of these wars have systematically targeted our people, be it what? Germ warfare or physical warfare. And the biggest issue within all of this is that we don't realize that this is a prophetic war against an prophetic people. And as long as we sit there lollygag and without taking on our true understanding of why we're under this condition, more and more of our people will suffer. People are still waiting for a war. What war? We've been in the war. I remember years ago, I was on the street and we was teaching a race war was going to happen in 1992. I mean, in a few years, 94, they're going to be a full-blown race war. There's no need for a race war. They're doing a great job against us all over the earth right now without having to pick up one gun. So I believe these conversations must be had eventually. They don't have to be publicized or nothing. Summits need to be had and say, listen, we need to deal with this thing from a different angle, entirely different than we've ever dealt with it before, as Israelites, as God's people. Let's see, we've tried everything else. We've tried marching, we've tried protesting, we've tried the Civil Rights Act, we've tried everything. We've tried the voting, we've tried religion, we've tried Christianity, we've tried Muslim, only to fund the Arabs to come over and take up all the businesses that's in our communities and set up all the Dunkin' Donut shops and all the food shops. Who funded that? Who told them it was okay to come in and do that? It was the belief system and them calling us brother while circumventing us and taking everything that we've worked so hard, to the degree where our people have nothing to give our children. And we're the only people who think it's okay to die and not have nothing to give our children. So I'm going to work after the Passover. I'm going to write these things down. I'm going to work on the bullet points. And and eventually a conversation must be had for those who will listen. That's Elder Gabar. Let me bring him in real quick before I open up the lines. One moment. One moment. I'm going to bring Elder Gabar in. One moment. Well, there he is. Conversation need to be had. And therefore, if a network is already established and someone go up into a country and go into these places dealing with their women, not realizing someone is casing them up, guess what? It's not their fault because they didn't check in. They went off code. They went off code. So if you're not within a network of protection, that's on you. I mean, look at the Most High says we're numbered as the sand of the sea. Every other people can get together and join some type of alliance for a defense and a protection for their families except us.
Elder Gabar is in the house. Elder man, when I started this topic, man, I'm like, you have to chime in. You have anything? Oh, your mic is off, Elder. Your mic is off, Elder. Elder Lawyer, say something so I know it's not us.
1, 2, 3. Mic check 1, 2.
Oh yeah, Elder Lawyer is good, Gabar.
1, 2, mic check.
Okay,
All right,
perfect.
there you go.
You good?
Okay, I'm good.
Okay, you're going in and out. I think you caught what my mic had this earlier. No, your mic isn't working, Elder Gabar.
You were just good a few minutes ago.
1, 2, mic check.
Good.
Yep, there you go.
1, 2, mic check. 1, 2, mic check.
You good, Elder?
Okay, I'm good now.
Yeah.
Okay, outstanding. Okay, so that these technology. Sometimes you guys gotta go to school just to handle your computer these days. It's like, good lord. So it's always this. But anyway, I want to comment because I was listening when I was out and about, and Elder Ariel mentioned something about his experience when he was overseas, when he met his brothers over from Africa, and that they were kind of ignoring him or avoiding him. And because I was driving, I didn't catch the reason why, and I wanted to kind of reiterate that. And my understanding is that they kind of shun him. And the question I wanted to ask him is why you think that is.
Ariel?
Yeah.
Well, Elder Lawyer spoke on it a little bit, how it's just very diverse in culture there, whether it be religion, whether it be tribal. But even here in America, as you know, our African brothers, and nothing's absolute, but one of my best friends was Nigerian, by the way. So, but when they come over here, they get certain type of Gentile benefits. So even here, it happens. You understand, to a certain degree. So when I went there, I didn't expect it to happen, going to what the Pan-Africans call the motherland. And I can't really put a finger on exactly why it's happening. I just think, like Elder Lawyer said, when I heard him say, maybe it's just culture. Maybe they've been used to living that way for so long before we even got over there, that's just their culture. So
now let me ask you when we got the culture. So because I think I heard you that the Arabic Egyptians, the Middle Eastern people that are there, when they find out you are an American, they treat you better, correct?
Yeah, the Egyptians treat us better, yes.
Right, but the African Egyptian brothers who are mistreated by the Arabic people in Egypt are in the bottom of the barrel, right? They're kind of like the bottom of the barrel. They're us in Egypt. Would that be a fair assessment?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, but those brothers that are in the bottom of the barrel in Egypt still look down on African Americans, so-called, who are their brothers in America. And
yes.
Now, why do you say? And you're saying it's culture. So it's because I think it's you can't look at the race situation because they're just as black as us over in Egypt. I think it's more like a brainwash. I think it's like a chain of racial respect. Okay, white people on top. You get what I'm saying? Then you got maybe, I don't know, in regards to wealth and power, maybe people in China or you just probably a color scheme and of privilege. So, but it's interesting to me that the brothers in Africa, although we are Americans and we bring American dollars, they still look down on brothers here in America. I thought that was interesting. I want to unpack that. And I want to know why we think that is. That was it. Yeah.
Well, some of them who are cool eventually find that they're trying to use usury with us, finding out we're American and we probably have money. So I'm not saying all of them, but places that I've dealt with and others have dealt with because they go to other countries and they're trying to survive, some of them. So And you have some Africans who are very rich, but I never really met those. But you know, most of the, I guess you would say, average ones, they're either trying to use usury when you do meet them. I've only met one or two who were actually just really cool, and I made sure I tried to, you know, build a bridge with them in the community when I was in Europe, when I was in Africa. But I'll say this also, Elder Gabar. The Egyptians don't like a lot of the Africans, especially the Nigerians, because they said that they're scam artists. So they actually stopped them from coming into the country at one point because they said they would, you know, using so many schemes and scams. And this, when I traveled again, I started to hear going around. So our people, like Elder Lawyer said, so many different things.
So it's not racial, it's culturally. Like, it's not, they don't want the Nigerians because they got a stereotype that they're scammers, but would not have a problem, for instance, like for like Ethiopians? They don't is their stereotype of so-called Africans in Africa of other people say, yeah, don't deal with these Africans, but these Africans are cool. Did that exist? You know, because I haven't been there, so I'm just curious.
Yeah, well, when I was there, the Ethiopians don't get treated bad like us. So you can tell they know we're the children of Israel. Because
interesting.
Yeah.
Now, there's one thing I wanted to pull out in particular, right? And maybe we can conversate on this. After being over in Africa, Egypt, different parts of Africa, traveling, we've all traveled, right? Gabar, you're going to get your shot soon enough. Don't worry about it. On the way to Zion. It's like this. It's all about the economics to some degree. And let me explain what I'm saying. When we came into the country, they seen the caravan and all the people around us coming into the restaurant. And automatically, the Egyptians and everyone else treated us a certain type of way coming off the bus. Right? It was like, okay, they must have something. Right? And it was based on who we were with, too. We were with someone who was chaperoning us, who they knew had something. So it's more like the Africans will treat us accordingly based on the respect the Arabs in the country have for us, based on the fact that if these people are fraternizing with these strangers, like Oriab said, these strangers must have money, right? So it's all economics with them. It isn't anything about the brotherhood, the love naturally that comes with you and I looking, you know, coming from the same blood, the same stock. The other thing is, and this is where the conversation must be had. Let me tell you, we were rejected under certain circumstances by our own people who sold us into captivity. That wasn't just no white people. That root story was made up. Okay, that was a government systematic plan with our people participating in it. Sold us into captivity where anything we got here in America, it came from without the help of the motherland. Anything, the lynching, the fighting, the being able to vote, the civil rights movement, the finances for equality, the grants that comes with our people who fought and died in this country came from us, our foreparents in particular, who was able to shed their blood on this land for benefits. And I would think that if you're going to come from another country and benefit, having no hand in what we fought for, there should be some level of respect coming in the door when you see our people right off the plains in the neighborhoods who are Judah, Benjamin, or Judah here in America who died so that you can go to college here, so that you can become a doctor here, so that you can have civil rights money, so that you can actually apply for loans. There should be some level of respect since they understand economics. When they understand economics, when we come over there, So if you understand economics, you understand the people who allowed you to get access to something that wasn't yours. Even when we were rejected by our own people, we've still forgiven you.
So let me ask you a question, Elder.
So,
Is it a
so,
thing that it
what I'm
comes from
saying,
jealousy?
hold up. Regardless of it, the least they can do is show some level of honor and respect for the groundwork that have been laid to allow them to come over and benefit. We're not the type of people who say, well, you shouldn't get anything. But at bare minimum, understanding economics, a little respect is due. At least a network, an interaction. I appreciate what your people did that allowed me to have a better life.
Understood. I understand. Okay, so you're saying that there's some that within the diaspora that happened within the northern tribes, particularly southern, but I'm going to address the northern tribe. The brothers that end up in Babylon, aka America, their experience and their struggle actually has helped the brothers that are in the landed in other regions, like in Egypt or still in Africa or in Europe. The struggle here in America actually helped them. The civil rights movement, the Martin Luther King of the world, and that thought process of freedom and I'm a man. You're going to treat me as a man. That did not come really necessarily from the diaspora of outside of America. It's better in America. So what you're saying is that we should be respected by our struggle because other people have been benefiting from our struggle, including our brothers from the diaspora. If I'm hearing you correctly, Elder?
Listen, I'm saying at minimum. Like, don't forget, the North American Indians were here first, right? When Judah came over here and we were working as slaves and escaping and all that, it was all in respect, paying homage and respect to the Gadites and the other Indians were here. Sometimes they would let us into the village and we would work our way up to chief. Yeah. Right. But there was a respect factor there. They had to let us in. We had to work from the ground up and do what? We had to get the okay through the chiefs first in respect of them being here before us. It seems as if they come over and walk right up over us, not realizing what we did to benefit them, not just here in America, but throughout the earth. And see, and that's what the conversation should be. And the conversation should be. Yeah. Listen, it's not that you owe us anything. We went into captivity. It was said we were going to the captivity, and we're not here. There's enough for everybody, but at minimum, if we can start with the respect factor, the economic and all the other things we're talking about will just fall in place anyway. That's just a consequential outcome. But they come over here and be like, yeah, I go to school and I'm this and I'm that and I'm this. And you're looking right over those who did what? Who was buried, hung from trees, who died for you to actually be able to apply for an application.
Right.
So I think those conversations need to be had where it's like, listen, there should be a mutual respect when you come into this country to know that any benefit that you receive was through us. And through that, there should be some level of respect where there's a tax that you feel what? Obligated.
Elder, do you think
to put back into the same people who are suffering here? And I'm talking about things that we can do. I'm not talking about this Ukraine, Russia type garbage, because you see, they look out for their people, even if it's a fabricated crisis. Right? But go on, Elder Lawyer. Go ahead, Elder. I'm sorry.
So Elder, do you think it's a thing that when we come over here, when they come over here, our brothers from Africa, they don't look at their brothers from from the diaspora, from the Middle Passage, with respect and say, hey, thank you for your struggle to allow me to even, go to college and get these benefits as a minority because of the struggles you have done. They don't look at those connections. They kind of, Do you think that is programmed?
What I'm saying,
To
you're
them?
right.
Like,
You're
where did
right,
they get
Elder,
that from?
Elder Gabar. It don't even come to mind. They just here to try to make money. But that's why I say something needs to be established where they realize where you're walking over or disrespecting those who laid the groundwork for you. And because that's not there's no checks and balances because we can't unify. It's out of sight, out of mind. So they just come
Right,
here to
they don't
make
see the
money.
connection.
This is the land of
Yeah.
this is a land of opportunity. It's a capitalistic society, and I'm just here to make money. That's all. That's what but guess what? No other race of people forget their people in it when they come here in the land of opportunity. They're on the phone calling back. They're doing things to help their people.
You're right, Elder. Yeah.
So what I'm
Yeah, you're
saying,
right, because let's just say, yeah.
I'm not blaming them. I'm what we're doing is bringing some awareness to this according to the Almighty. They've been negligent. They've been
Let me ask you a
negligent
question,
as if
right?
we didn't have to suffer to build what they're coming into. That's negligence.
Let me ask you a question, right? Do you think part of the reason why that is, because it's like this, right? Most foreigners that come into this country, usually they help their family back home by either sending them money or bringing, signing up for them to come over. Hey, you can stay in my apartment. A lot of them stay like 5 or 6 in one apartment, right? They help each other out. That can, and clearly you got Nigerians do that and so forth, so on. But because slavery had been so long ago, and it's been and we lost our connection to Africa and the families, in Africa. I know now they got the DNA thing and people refinding their roots in Africa, and I go, that's a thing now. But we lost that connection. Like, yeah, I got a cousin in Africa. I got a grandmother still in Africa. When our brothers and sisters do come over here, it's not like, hey, let me help you out. Let me teach you about the ropes because you're my brother. It's more like you're not one of me. You're not a Nigerian. You're someone else. And maybe there's a disconnect because a while back, and I'll be almost done. I want to hear your thoughts on this. A while back on the Iron Fit podcast, myself and Bishop Mott was having a conversation about did Judah in particular lost their Caribbean roots? Because there's a connection between a much greater connection, I think, when for instance, a Dominican and a Jamaican, because we're still Caribbean. There's a Caribbean vibe to us that we could relate to. That thing was lost with people of color here in America, and we were just talking about that. Do you think that's part of it, that we may have to start having more connections with West Africans? And when they do come here, we could work with them. And when we go over there, they could work with us because we are brother. We probably have to mend those family ties. What you guys say? What do you guys think about that?
The Lord, you have anything to say on it? Or you good? It's up to you.
Yeah, I wanted to say that it's going back. I believe it will answer that question, Elder Gabar, what I'm about to say. But it goes back to some things that were mentioned earlier in the conversation that I wanted to kind of comment on. And it goes back to what we were kind of stating earlier. I just want to give a scripture as an example. Okay. This is Genesis 10:32. These are the families of the sons of Noah after their generations in their nations. By these were the nations divided. Notice it says in their nations. And these nations were broken down into tribes. Not necessarily in their colors, not necessarily in their skin tones, but specifically in their nations. And from these nations, they were broken down into tribes. This is how the earth and the sons of Noah were divided. I believe the mistake we make on this side of the earth, in America, so-called African Americans, is we simply associate according to skin tone. Outside of us, going back to Africa, they don't deal simply on skin tone. You both can have the same color, have similar features, but if you're not considered to be from the same nation or the same tribe, you're not seen as the same.
Exactly.
Exactly. You're not. And it goes back to what you were stating earlier with slavery. Usually, as you mentioned, there was, as we would say in our time, black people selling black people. But they didn't see it like that. They saw one tribe selling another tribe. Same color, but you're not of the same tribe of us as us.
Exactly.
So therefore, you're
Exactly.
not considered the same people. So with us looking through the paradigm of simply color, with the same skin tone, some darker than others, some lighter than others, but all together with the same color, looking at things from that paradigm, for us, it just seems simple that, hey, they're black like we are. Why can't we get a connection? They don't look at it like that. Over there, again, as I mentioned earlier, they don't get along over there, even though they're the same color. You understand what I'm saying? For example, Zimbabweans, South Africans, just right, one country, two countries in Africa, one right next to the other, right? Zimbabweans don't like South Africans, vice versa. They don't get along. They have tribal differences. They have political differences. You understand what I'm saying? So for us, it seems very simple. We're all black people. Why can't we just get it? Why doesn't it click? It doesn't click because we're looking at things from a color standpoint. They're looking at things from an ancient world standpoint. Not saying they're right or wrong when they have these ideas concerning us or even each other. When we come in contact, they're still dealing with the ancient world understanding of, listen, we're the same color, but you're not the same tribe as me. You don't have the same customs as I do. We don't share the same culture. We don't eat the same food. You are not us. That's how they deal. We're all the same color. We must be brothers. Let's just work things out. So it goes back to what Elder was stating earlier, that the only thing that can fix it first and foremost is going to have to come through truth. It's going to have to come through Christ. It's going to have to come through understanding some level of commonality of even though we have been divided through time, through these various families and tribes and nations, we go back to a common origin.
Yeah,
And I believe that's going to, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You can end that because there's something I want to say on the back of it. Go on.
Oh, sorry, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it.
Well,
You
Elder,
can go ahead.
I mean, you hit the nail on the head, all in all, because it's like this, Elder. All you elders here. I hate to keep using them as a prototype, but we really need to examine the infrastructure that allow Jews or Jewish people today to stay on code amongst them. They set up the same infrastructure everywhere, be it through academia, business. They've set up an infrastructure for their people that if someone is off code, they can immediately feel the effects of it under a capitalistic society. If you operate off code, you're off the ship. And don't forget, we control every part, every nail and every wood that created this ship. So automatically people know, well, I can't say that, or I'm going to have to talk to this person or that person if I need to do business. I know not to step on this person's toes, or I'm off the ship altogether. We have to check out the infrastructure they set up where you have to go through their gatekeepers to actually get accepted, and you must be on code. Well, where did they get all that, brothers? And I'm going to say this, even us as a church, right? And this is why Lawyer brought forth the gospel, and this is the key thing. When I see and speak to Elder Gabar, I'm not speaking to a Simeonite. When I speak to Elder Fresnel, I'm not speaking to a Levite. Something has happened through the Spirit of Christ where it doesn't matter what tribes we're from, we are brothers with a code, one with another. That makes us one tribe.
Right.
And there's a code that comes with that. And and a natural love to a degree where there's certain, we don't want to slight each other. Not, and it hasn't anything to do with finances or anything else other than the fact that we love one another.
There's a code.
So if
that transcends race.
So what I'm saying is, if we can see one another like this being from different tribes, what is this tribalism going on in Africa? So what I'm seeing is a living example. I'm seeing men grow into powerful people through the spirit of love, just having access to this little network we call the Gathering of Christ Church. It's a phenomenon before my eyes, looking at the brothers and sisters grow and the children grow. And there's none of us who would think about not ever being a part of what we've experienced together, just for the sake of the family that was developed. It needs to expand. Others need to experience what we've experienced to understand there's a greater code than tribalism. Divide and conquer have destroyed Africa. And I don't blame them for coming over here trying to get what they can to try to help their families. Nothing wrong with that. They're working. They're putting the time in to get the education. They should be able to get whatever they want. But they have to understand, just like Jewish people, there's a checks and balance. There is an accountability to your people, regardless of your individual quest for finances. There's an obligation to your people. And see, that conversation have to be had, and there have to be a consequence if they don't follow that code. You don't follow that code, I don't care what business you set up over here. There's no checks and balances where in which you're not putting back into the people who died, and shed the blood to allow you to get all this. Guess what? The people on code won't support your business. If you're not putting nothing back into the people, what is it to support you? So I have to give it to the Jewish people on that side. They're tight in network and understand, and they really understand the importance of it. Like if you go off code, I don't care who you are. Guess what? You're going to be put on probation for a long time, and we'll check and see if you're ready. They'll break you first. So we have to see what I'm checking out this church, and guess what, brothers? I'm talking about y'all elders and all the brothers. We don't agree on everything. There's good days, there's bad days. But in the back of my mind, do I ever think of a time that I would want to see or be a part of this work without any of you? That don't even come to mind. I don't care what the disagreements are, because I know the benefit of unity. Somehow this spirit, what we're talking about and what we experience as family, must expand to our brothers in Africa, to have them know that they are accountable to us. And we are accountable to each other. And that's what these conversations, maybe the church. Of course we have a church over there in Ghana. We got another church. You got these people that's running around, these rogue characters running around in Tanzania, but we need to set up something there too. Okay? But all in all, I'm going to tell you, elders, hey, something needs to give, because the next war against our people in Africa will not be televised. The internet will be off when they do what they're going to do. China is there for a reason. The infrastructure being built there in Africa, sending China there, you cannot send a business there without a military defense to protect China's interest. And when it goes down in Africa, it's going to make Hotel Rwanda look like Little Bo Peep. Little Bo Peep lost her sheep. It's going to be a nursery rhyme. So to get in front of it, we must get Islam out of the way. We must get Christianity out of the way. and set up a code according to a core belief in God. One thing Jewish people have, whether they're atheists or whatever, they still have that core belief. You have atheistic Jews going to Passover. They're like, well, it's like tradition. Because they understand if you're not on code, if you're out of the loop, you're out of the loop. The ties that bond is their core belief. And that's the example. Jacob seeketh a sign. What greater sign than seeing how powerful the Jews are and how they operate one with another? You can't do that without what? Implementing some type of code. We running willy-nilly up in these neighborhoods, just believing that our neighborhoods are going to fix themselves. It doesn't happen that way. A structure must be implemented. An idea, an old idea, an old idea. Traditions and values, coupled with morality. And guess what? We already have the minds and the powerful people in place that if it came together, these summits, it could change where we live and where we are all over the earth overnight. Because the only thing we need to do is go into the neighborhoods and understand that everything that's going on is economics. Our brothers and sisters are making choices solely off of what? Operating or living in the spirit of lack with no hope. But if you say, listen, well, how much you're making? Okay, we can do this so you can supplement that. Will you stop? Where at the minimum, you'll be getting what you're making right now morally. Will you stop? You know how many brothers and sisters will be like, well, sure. And we have the means and the spirit to do so if we come together. But I digress. You know what I mean? We'll have a solution conversation at another time. But all in all, Elder Ariah and others, the children of Israel have tried it every other way. And look at our people. And it's only going to get worse. The president of the United States is giving out crack pipes and meth tools.
I was going to say, Elder, it has to still be done in Christ. Like, that's why Christ said, for those who have an ear, let them hear. I'm just going to speak it. And those who want to listen, they're going to listen and come together, because there's no way, like Elder Lawyer was saying, with the culture, everyone's mind is seared with that hot iron. So it's those who want, it's like, even when you run a business or you want to give out a loan, the same thing for the bank. I'm just not going to give it out to anybody. That's what Christ is saying. I'm just not going to give it to anybody. You're going to show me, you need to have a business plan. Listen, you need to be serious about this thing. So only those who are serious about this walk, as you speak these things all over the earth, they will come together and get it done. Everyone else, sadly, they will perish because everyone's self-centered.
Well, listen, I'm glad the Most High elders have moved us in a position of starting with nothing and operating and staying together, which was the key. Through the good, the bad, whatever it was, we sustained and continued in the work to a degree where these conversations can be had. And you know what? I believe our people are in a place right now, as a people all over the earth, based on our conditions and trying everything else. I believe our people are at a place in which they'll actually listen now. I truly believe they're in that place right now where they'll actually listen. We've tried everything else. What? Okay, even if we had to do it where it's, it's food, it's beverage, it's fun, but then, bring the kids, have the jumping balloon going. But hey, here's the platform. All of the religions have destroyed us. You're coming in this door as an Israelite today. Pan-Africanism died with Marcus Garvey. That's it. It died with Marcus Garvey. And that's when Pan-Africanism was serious. They got some satanic demon running around talking about a school for boys and all this other crap. And he's running around with graveyards, using all of these great men's names to fleece our people. Well, you know why? Because there is no what? Moral code in place. There is no moral code in place. And be like, listen, and even that Umar, he's not no doctor. Even if he wanted to come in, he would have to sit down and be quiet. Because anybody can point out what's going on and make a video and give an opinion on it. It's about what? Coming under what? A national understanding of who we were before Africa. I just read the history. We ran into Africa. Over 1 million Jews between Pompey and Julius Caesar ran into Africa. The slave markets were full, 1 million of black Jew slaves. So if you come in the door, you're leaving the Arab religion and you're leaving the European religion at the door, because we're not being destroyed based on our belief in Christianity or our belief in Islam. We're being destroyed as the children of Israel. Prophecy for not coming back to our God to establish a moral standard for our people. That's why we're being destroyed. The first thing he gave Moses was a moral standard that we all must live by, a code. And then if we see these Africans that go into these other areas, be like, listen, you can go there if you want, without any protection, without any alliance or defense. But understand, when war breaks out and you're out here hanging out with these girls, these college girls, these girls are going to be protected. They're going to go right back to their people. And you know what? The army is going to be rounding your behind up. It's all good when you're out there taking shots under freedom in all these countries and having a party, playing basketballs and entertaining and getting all the girls. And you think the nationals in that country are not seeing you, waiting for an opportunity to get at you during the time of war? If you don't believe that, look at what's going on in Ukraine. You go over there on these apps and link up with all these people, and as soon as war break out, they're at your door. Proof they were watching you, waiting. Watching you, waiting. You go, and not only that, when we go to these country sports and all that, to school and all that, with our accent and all that, our people in Africa, we don't just be getting any of the woman. Our people be looking for the best of these other people's women. You think the men of those countries aren't looking at that? And as soon as war break out, they're coming at your door. You know what she's going to do? She's going to be with the guy who always wanted her at the end of it, during a time of war. Okay? So understand, folks. Elder Lawyer broke it down. When it comes nationally, when it comes to who we are as a nation, at the end of the day, even though the whole world has many people, we are who we are. And we as a people, at the end of the day, first and foremost, is all we have. And we're under attack. You seen the questions I posed, Elder Gabar, right? The first question I posed, Elder Gabar: is it wrong when the majority people in a country, a majority race of a country, rid themselves of potential internal enemies during war? Let me ask again. Is it wrong when the majority race people of a country rid themselves of an internal threat during the time of war? Is it wrong?
Interesting question. And because you're saying a potential threat, not a clear present threat. Would that be a fair assessment?
Listen, you have to realize how we are portrayed in the earth. How are our people, black people, particular in America and other areas, how are we portrayed? We're demonized through the media. So there's already a perception of you coming into the country, making what they would deem half-breed babies, and that's what they'll call them, with women that we wanted, and breaking the traditional value, bringing another religion in our community. This is how other races view that.
I think, Elder, that's a question that I think if you asking me, I would have answered. That question should have been asked before those foreigners come into the country. What would that mean in a war? What does that mean as a threat? I think it's too late if you allow people to come in and marry your daughters and your sons and infiltrate your culture, but then later on complain about it. I don't know if that's a proper response. But I understand what you're saying.
See, but
because I would
Gabar,
not let them in the first place.
see, but not. It don't roll like
It was
that.
me.
It don't roll like that. It's a rule of law. There's a time of war, and there's a time of peace.
Okay.
So the whole thing is, if you have an enemy hovering in the midst of a scenario, when does an enemy usually take out its foe? Under the cloud of war, because that person will just fall as a casualty of war without you as an individual paying the consequences. So when you look at the history of war, the first thing people did in the cloud of the war was take out their enemies in the midst of it and blamed it on the enemy, the invaded country. That's war. So the first thing,
Yeah, Elder, are you asking the question because
No, let me.
because what Ukraine is doing to Russia or to our people in Ukraine?
I'm not giving the Ukraine a pass for what's going on. But it's about time my people stop lollygagging and going into these countries as if they're not being targeted, only to cry foul when war break out. When war breaks out, guess what breaks down? Law and order. There is no police. The police becomes the army. And under a martial law, guess what? There is no judge. There's no jury. So if you've been around messing around with some Polish woman that you met on an app and you over there and talk about, well, oh my God, they're treating black people a certain type of way. Hey, did you not understand the rules of war? So when you went into the country, where was that foundation of protection? Because every country has what? Every nationality or country has an embassy in another country. So where's our communal embassy? That even if we go into another country, there's a haven for defense. It doesn't exist.
They even asked Biden, what you going to do with all the Americans that are in Ukraine? And this is his response. You guys can look it up. There's nothing we could do for that.
Yeah. I'm just talking about our
To me,
people.
there's nothing you could do.
Yeah.
If Ukraine is your friend, he's supposed to be an ally. You could say, hey, listen, we got Americans there going to college or vacation or whatever, visiting somebody. Let's cut a deal. Let me get somebody to get our American citizens out of harm's way. Why that's not even discussed? How that even a thing? How is it Biden saying, hey, that's nothing I could do? That was kind of weird for me. Why Biden will say that, and if Ukraine's supposed to be our friend, that's just that's why we don't really know what's going on over there. It's just complicated, but there's so much corruption up there that you don't know who's right, who's wrong. But one thing I want to ask our brothers and sisters that watch into the show: look at the history how Russia treated black people, and versus how Ukraine treats black people. I'll leave it there.
Yeah. Hey, but it comes down to us as a people, right? You know, someone put it some crap some stuff in the chat, Elder Aria. I think one of the brothers that was under you and Ramar while you were overseas. How all of a sudden they try to put together a compilation after years of operating as serpents, as if they were with the church. And like I said, stand in line, wait and see the end of it all. That's what people do. They get recognition. They come against the work. But when you look at what they're doing, absolutely nothing. That's why I say make all the videos. We're going to finish the work in Christ. And we'll see you at we'll be at the Passover next week. So I'll leave that there. But anyway, and that's what we're talking about. You always have people who look to tear down internally. Okay? So here's a question. The second question before we open the lines. Right? How are we to walk, Elder Gabar, or live knowing the fallout that happens in war? If you know that you're demonized and you're not protected during the time of war, how should you walk understanding that your people are targeted? How should you walk now? How should you operate? Knowing that at any time if something breaks out, boom, you're taken out. That now you're not considered a citizen, and the country can do whatever they would like to you, like what happened in Wuhan, China. Go on.
Well, I think as a people, we have to, whether you're a member of our church or you're just listening to the show, racism is never going to go away. I'm racist to some certain extent. I prefer my daughter to marry a Hebrew Israelite. I don't want her to marry a Gentile. That, by definition, is racist. There's no way to and that should be okay. I should not freak out. We should have friends that I could shake his hand, do business with. We could hang out, have a cordial relationship. But he doesn't want my son to marry his daughter because he wants his race to go forward. And I should respect that because I want the same thing.
Yeah.
It should not be a taboo or an embarrassment or belittle that you want to advance your race. Yeah. Now, it's when you're hurting other people because of this race, that's something else. So if we accept as a human race that every race is some level of racist or towards or prefer his race to advance above others, as long as we could have a friendly competition or a friendly conversation about it, then if people of color, we know this, we could start planning for that and don't freak out when other races discriminate against us, because the bottom line is Chinese probably discriminate against Koreans and Koreans discriminate against Japanese. This is a real thing. Let's get over it. Racism is real. It's here to stay. How can we maneuver in a world that racism always going to exist? There's going to be nuance of it, spectrums of it, but it's always going to be there. And I think the way to understand it, we have to create our own racial, the best way to combat that is Christ. I think that's the best way. If we transcend race or transcend tribalism, like Elder was saying, through Christ, that's the best answer to tribalism or racism. Exactly. Christ, the unity of the body of Christ. And I agree with that.
Exactly.
Elder Ricard.
Yes, sir.
Did you see that video that I sent you from the Poland MEP, Dominic Tarkowski, I think his name is, where Elder Gabar was just talking about the racism thing, how he was saying he's not going to send, he accepted 2 million Ukrainians in his country, but he wasn't accepting any Black Muslims. He said, we won't even accept one. You can call us racist, nationals, whatever. But I mean, they were, our people were looking at it like, oh, this guy's racist. But guess what? It's okay to be racist to a certain degree, to prefer your own, because that's biblical. The kingdom is segregated. Yeah. The Most High told only marry these people and this people. I can't get mad at this this guy who doesn't want us to come into Poland. I'm happy that he said, I want to protect my country and my family. I don't see anything wrong with that because I think we should be doing that.
You know what? What you're saying, and this is, this is why I don't get caught up into this black thing. We're not black, we're Israelites. That's first and foremost. That's why I don't get caught up into this. They're treating black people a certain type of way, when there's no way of gauging the morality and how that immorality in certain circumstances is going to affect them. And I'm going to put it this way. For instance, if you had a country, right, and you had the power as president of that country to say, I'm not going to let no white Satanist who practice Satanism in my country. Can white people all gather together and say, well, hold up, that's not right. This is racist against white people. No, it's the core belief you're bringing in that contradicts what? The religious fiber and beliefs and traditions of my country. So when he says, I'm not letting no black Muslims in, we just seen black. But the whole deal is, if Israelites had a country and someone wanted to come in Muslim, we wouldn't let them in because it conflicts with our core beliefs. It conflicts. And eventually, they're going to proselytize and begin to convince our people of an alternative religion, which is what? Divide and conquer of a nation. So when they came in our communities, when we were predominantly Christian, not to say that that was good, but at least we were all reading the same book. When they came in and started peddling their tracts of Muhammad being a prophet in the Bible and all these other things, that divided us at a what? At a serious pinnacle, monumental moment in our fight against injustice. So when this Polish dude said, listen, we don't want no Muslims coming into our country, or black Muslims, we looked at it like, whoa, they're racist. But at least I can respect the fact that, you know what? He's a politician who tells the truth. Okay? At least you're understanding who you're up against. You understand how we feel about his people, and you understand how he feels about you. Now, if only Biden was like that. If only Biden was like that, would tell us exactly how he really feels about us. Where he can only tell us that, yeah, it's good running up to vote, but then the answer, the payback for us supporting and putting them in the White House is to give drug paraphernalia to our children, to our people. So no, Elder Oriah, you're right on. President should be more transparent like he is. He should have a right to say how to protect his constituency, his people, even if he appear racist by other people. And I'm going to tell you, we're the only people who think like that. That's a serious blind spot. Okay, that's a serious blind spot. We should have all types of red flags going on with the stuff they're trying to push in our communities. And we should be able to say no to it. If it doesn't fit the traditional values of our forefathers, the answer is no. You can call me racist, sexist, xenophobic, call me anything you want. And see, and that's why, elders, that moral standard must be set amongst our people. So that now, because of it's set, now shots can be called concerning those standards. But we're people that love to deal in this ambiguous area. Okay? All right. Let's open up the lines. We're having a question. We're going to answer questions, and we're going to talk about this and hear your take. Having an African conversation. Anything you want to say to chime in on this? You're more than open. We'll be more than happy to bring you in to hear your take, okay? One moment. Okay, I see Elder Ramar already have people coming in. We have someone from West Africa. We'll probably bring him in very soon. Hold tight. A matter of fact, Gabalia Allah from West Africa will bring you in first, okay? We'll bring you in first. The first broadcast we're having in which there's a what? An African conversation. Hold tight and we'll be right back. 1 minute. We'll open up the lines in 2 minutes. And you know what? It should have been a scenario, Elder REI, in Africa where there was boundaries. You cannot come in here if you believe anything against the traditions of our forefathers, the Bible. Or maybe they're really not, the Africans, do they have power to actually enforce such a stance? Maybe that's another conversation we must have, because you don't want anybody just coming into your country, destroying its moral fibers, do you? Let's have that discussion also. But hold tight. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. One moment. Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that he used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding him hard.
Where are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you the Hebrew and Bible Academy. You're invited.
Okay. All right. All right. One moment. What you laughing about, REI? 1 second. 1 second. One moment. We'll open up the calls 515-605-9327. And let's have a conversation. We're going to open it up with a brother from Africa. What better way to chime in on a conversation like this? Someone from the land. One moment. Yes, there's no better way to start this. So hold on, let me grab it real quick and pull in the phone, pull in the guests. Those that are calling here. One moment. Let's see. 1 second, fellas. One second. And Elder Lawyer, what are we going into this weekend in the academy? Week 5.
We're going into week 6, and I
Week
believe you wanted
6.
to go into the I believe you wanted to go into the truth about the fall of Adam and Eve.
Fall of Adam and
then
Eve. Can family survive?
And then week 7 will be brand new lesson on portals.
Oh, portals, the gates between heaven and earth. Oh, yeah. Here we go, y'all. You don't want to miss it. Portals. And then we can follow that up, Elder Lawyer, with what? We're going to follow that up with finding the Ark of the Covenant. All right. All right. All right. Let me pull in the family here one moment. Let me pull you all in. Yes, there we go. All right. Let me pull in the call now. There we go.
Radio. Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please hold and you will be able to listen to the show.
If y'all noticed, I was able to do it. I was able to do that this time without hanging up on you fellas. Man, this Passover will be absolutely wonderful. Elders, we have upward. We have upward through the Spirit of the Most High, almost 3,400 people rounding out. Probably 3,200, but we left wiggle room. The biggest Passover we've had at one time within the United States next week in Pittsburgh. Isn't that something?
All praises. All praises.
Oh my goodness. And I have a song. Man, we worked on a song. Wait till y'all hear this, elders. It's I mean, after visiting right after the academy, I went to visit my mother's grave. And man, came back and the Most High blessed with a song right after that. Mike came over from Texas. Man, it's a tear jerker, but it was from the Most High, all praises. But man, and you know,
So Elder, I got a question because we were talking about two things in our show, in the Iron Fit podcast. Congratulations on your 100,000 subscribers, but also we wanted to make sure that we bringing out the right information because I told the audience I'm going to ask you. Are you going to feature this album, the song in the Passover? Are you going to be vending this thing out? People were asking, so I want to make sure I don't bring misinformation.
well, what we're gonna do is we're gonna release an initial single at the Passover. There will be a single, and it might be that song, that one song. Oh my goodness! But anyway, we're gonna feature a premiere song, and then those who would want to get, first, get them first. We'll put them on what you would call a what they call that an advance list, and before it's released, they'll receive it in the mail, real time. Right. So we're gonna do that there. All right. We'll have some of the music with the purpose that we had last time for those who didn't get that, but we're gonna premiere the song and then put out a list if they would like to be a part of it, where they can get it before we release it to the world. Don't forget, music is what I was doing my whole life. That's when I found the truth. We were on our way to a music studio. So you have to realize, and then when I started singing and working, Railbon seen me. He says I was a young man, my early 20s. He says, you know what? He looked at me and said, Rakar Shiar. I'm like, what? He says, Rakar Shiar. And I'm like, what does that mean? He said, spirit of songs. Because I guess he was in the studio and he's seen us working and he's seen how certain things happen and how we can easily, quickly write songs and stuff. And he says, Rakar Shiar. And I didn't know that even after putting the music down, I didn't know that the Most High was going to bring it around full circle. You know, we would always do things like if if people needed movie scores, or even if they had a scenario where other artists were looking for songs, we would submit and things of that nature. I did this since my early teens. If we go overseas or whatever, that's my work. That's what I do, right? Music. But man, all praises be to the Most High. Wait till y'all hear this song, man. I mean,
I knew you, well, I still know you, but I remember knowing you for a while and not knowing you play music.
Yeah.
And I remember the first time me hearing a song.
Yeah.
And I remember the first one was with Elder, Brother Gaja. And he called me, we were talking about something, and then he played a song. And he said, either he asked me or he asked the audience, I don't remember, but he asked someone, and I'm hearing it, and then people didn't know who it was, and he revealed it. That's Elder Ricard. I was like, are you serious? What was that song? I think was the Tribe one. Yeah, that was the first time I saw you or heard your production, just your music.
Yeah.
The 12 Tribe chart. So, and it's funny
Yeah.
because that song's been around for a while, and I didn't get a connection. That was you. I thought it was somebody that you knew, or I didn't get the connection. It's funny. It's like, you know what I mean? And then I remember hearing that song. What was the second song I heard that rocked my world was when you first I don't know, there was a song that I heard from you that you let me hear years ago. There was sounded like a movie theme. I don't know, it was After the Fire. You
Yeah.
said, I think I'm gonna go out with this is gonna be my premiere. And this was talking about 5 years ago. I mean,
Yeah.
when you first came. I remember that was the first time me saying that. But I remember when there was a time that we were talking about a piano. I was shipping out a piano to you or something like that years ago, early, but I never hear
Yeah.
anything. And
Yeah.
I was thinking back in my mind, I was hoping, I hope Elder's good. And I hope, I
Yeah.
don't have to show face, yeah, no, that's nice. Sometimes you may have a friend who likes music, but the music doesn't like him so much.
Yeah.
And or whatever. Some people are delusional with music sometimes. That happens, they don't hear the tone deaf, whatever. But I was so pleasantly pleased that not only that you know how to sing, but you know how to sing well. So it's a blessing.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you. And it's just a blessing to be able to do it, you know, amongst the work in of itself. You know what I mean? Don't forget, I put it down all together. I put music all the way down. And I said, listen, that's my sacrifice. I'm not going to try to pursue the music in the world. And look what the Most High has done. To let you know, the kingdom is within us. Anything, we can do everything within ourselves. And it's a shame that we thought, we used to think that to make it, we needed other people to validate or sign us. We used to think that to be validated by the other people who really financially grandized themselves was making it. Right? But yeah, that's all I have to say. Man, wait, I can't wait till y'all hear this. I'll probably, when you're there early next week, I'll probably play it for you, Elder Gabar.
I would love to interview you on that subject.
Okay.
Because I think that subject, in regards why you put the music down as an elder and why you picked it back up, I think it'll be a profound interview because we have so many artists. And one thing I noticed that artists are born, they're not made, and it's a calling. It's like, that I didn't understand until much later that there is even a level, like I want to ask you a question. Did you feel depressed a little bit that you could not longer proceed your dreams the way you wanted? Because I know you were serious interest. I would love to maybe another show tap into that.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll come on your podcast, and you can interview me from the singer side of when it started. And even when I went overseas, you have to realize, I mean, it was one time where we made sure everyone else had apartments and all that, and we put all of our money so that other people can live. Ari, I can remember that. Because people were coming off the plane, and we gave all our money. And even when we went it wasn't like we were getting tithes or nothing while we were over there. I mean, we were living off the Spirit of the Most High, setting up churches. And one day I walked into a place and I sung. And when I sung, one person came to me and was like, "Yo, blah blah blah. You for a few hours you can make something." And believe it or not, it helped pay the rent sometimes. Just like Paul built tents. And then my lawyer called me while I was overseas, a lawyer from the business, because I didn't know how I was going to be able to do things. You know what I mean? I was just doing the work, setting up churches. And he called me and he says, "Listen, this particular artist is looking for songs. I know you can write songs out of nowhere. You feel like sending us a few." And I got with Micah Allah and my son, Azel, who became a great writer. And we would do songs and submit. And whatever came in, it would help to sustain us from, let me tell you, and even if I sing for 3-4 hours out of the week, a lot of people don't know, I was still doing Sabbaths. I was still leading people concerts, and the Most High was blessing, and I'm like, you know what?
Right.
The first song we did overseas was in a bathroom, Elder Gabar, in Egypt. San Stefano to Zion. I took
to Zion.
Yeah,
I remember that was the first one before even the 12 tribes.
Yeah. Let me tell you, I took the mattresses off the bed and made a studio booth in the bathroom. That's the first time I went back to singing.
That's funny.
To Zion was the first song that brought me back into singing.
Yeah.
I didn't even care
That
about
was the song.
Hey, Ariel, you remember that?
Oh yeah, I remember being in that studio. You should come, everybody. Yeah, Mike Allah. Yeah, that was it, man.
In the bathroom. The song was written in about 5 minutes. I wrote that whole song in about 5 minutes. And this is why when I used to work in the world, that's why Raul Bond said Spirit of Songs. I would hear it and I would just start writing. It was just a gift the Most High blessed us with, And it's just, and in hard times, when things was before we united and brought it all together, where the Most High brought it right now, it was the music to a degree that kept the morale up. Like I tell you, I was driving down the street and I seen a fruit fall off the tree. An orange, and I ate the orange. It was a tangerine. It was the best tangerine I ever, it was so sweet. It was so good. And it had a cool thing to it. It wasn't hot. It was cool on the inside. And then I looked at all the other fruit it fell amongst, which was rotten. And I'm like, if I wouldn't have tasted that fruit, it would have became spoiled and rotten like the rest. And that spurned the song Unpicked Fruit.
Pick me.
Yeah. It's like pick me, unpicked fruit. It's like eventually if we are amongst what's spoiled, it affects us. And it's like, you know what? That's the sin of Adam. That malignant root that comes in and just turns us bad. And I'm like, unpicked fruit. That's the children of Israel. And it happened, me being overseas, going to the supermarket, and I seen an orange fall from the tree. It was like slow motion, Gabar. And I pulled the car over and went for that. I'm like, man, and I was hungry too. Maybe that had something to do with how sweet it was. And I grabbed that orange, and I'm like, that thing just burst out at me. And I came home. I got a song. Unpicked fruit. Unpicked fruit. Woe is me. Yeah. All right.
And this is the reason, it's important to all, I know sometimes people may listen to these shows and then we'll may pick a light subject like, music but people need that, man.
Yeah.
People don't understand the importance of something as small as music, because that, yesterday we had the podcast and the topic of the show is like, you fit for music. Is music more important than we think?
Yeah, it is.
Because, you have had people that say, an album saved my life, a song, so saved me from a tough time. So people, and I know this is not necessarily the topic that we were talking about today, but is do the power elite are aware of that power of music, and do they use it for evil? And can we use that same power for good?
You
And
know
so that was
what?
the conversation we had. Maybe we could do a part
No,
two on that.
don't worry about it, Elder. You and I are gonna do a podcast. I'm gonna come on your podcast and we'll do it. You can interview me on the music, right? But that'll be a great conversation. All right, let's go down the line. I see Natasha, but first let me get the brother Gaboya Allah from West Africa. He has a comment. 281 area code. You're live, brother. Live, Gabar. Oh. Hold on. Is he there?
No, you hear me?
Okay,
Yes, sir.
I can hear you loud and clear. You're live.
Right. Shalom, everybody. How you guys doing?
We're blessed.
Wow.
Floor is yours.
Shalom. Very good. So I appreciate the time. I had a comment on a couple of things. The background is, yes, I'm from West Africa. I was actually born and raised in the U.S., though I just go back and forth. And I've been fortunate enough to kind of see multiple perspectives when it comes to that relationship between the brothers and sisters over here and the brothers and sisters over in the United States. And I appreciate everybody's, all the elders' perspective and questions and experiences in Egypt, which, most West Africans don't even consider Egypt Africa anymore. But in the sense of the disconnect, I agree with Elder Shiar, and in the sense that, yes, the brothers over here do have to have a respect for the things that our brothers and sisters went through in the U.S. Strangely enough, King Jaja of Opobo teaches, we read stories about him, and he was an Igbo man in West Africa doing business with the Muslims of the northern parts of Mali and Nigeria and the Senegambia region. And he was shipping peanuts and cola nuts to England from boats in West Africa to England in the 1600s. And he was speaking multiple languages. He started off a slave in Nigeria. They didn't ship him to the Americas until after he was arrested by the Queen of England for what they called interfering with international trade, because the British wanted to be able to trade those peanuts and the oils and the cola nuts from West Africa without King Jaja being in the way. So they shipped King Jaja to Barbados, and when he was there, he saw his brothers and sisters, and he was shocked at how they were treating those that he didn't know were over there in the sugarcane fields, and he actually caused a massive uprising, and they had to ship him back to West Africa, and he died in Ivory Coast before he got back to Nigeria. Mm-hmm. But when he got to Ivory Coast, taught the West Africans over there, hey, they're doing our people bad over there. Don't ever forget what they're doing to our people over there, because it's really bad. And the people who followed him in Nigeria, even to this day, echo that. So the other comment I had was, when we think of how the West Africans in Ukraine or Egypt or etc. treat the brothers and sisters from America when they see each other over there, it's an economic thing that has become cultural, that was spawned by colonization. What do I mean by that? I've been fortunate enough to go from poor son of a professor to a pro basketball player in the U.S., to playing ball overseas, to owning my own company in Nigeria, to seeing actually. I'm sorry.
Let's say that's great. It's fantastic, brother.
Yeah. And what it's allowed me to do is see the perspective, and even come from myself from a different perspective of the mindset of somebody economically who was challenged when I was younger, to now seeing billionaire Africans do business with brothers and sisters from the Americas, in Nigeria, in Ghana, in Sudan, and in the Americas, The only bank that bailed out the oldest quote unquote black owned bank in Chicago was a Ghanaian bank. And these people that do, the brothers and sisters in America have been able to get to a point economically where there's more middle class in the Americas than there is in West Africa. When Nigeria started becoming more middle class, that's when you saw that relationship change. So even in America, there's different, we call them clans. My mother is Igbo, my dad is Igbo, but they're from different clans. And my mother's grandmother called my father's blood dirty when he came to marry my mom, and they're both Igbo. Right? So I see clans in America, clans from South Carolina, clans from Philadelphia, clans from New York, clans from Texas. And I saw those wars in the 80s between the guys from Texas, California. I saw it, right? But the reason why those things dissipated was because it was economic. There was no more Roman influence within these people where there's no more difference. I'm looking at different clans on the live right now, right? Not everybody's from the same clan. Elder a lawyer and yourself are both from the quote unquote Philadelphia clan, but the other people from different parts who, anyway, the relationship changes when the foreign Roman aspect is kicked out. The middle class can now come in. We're all surviving. We're all eating. And now that, we're from different clans, but now we can treat each other like brothers and sisters. In Nigeria, I won't say names, but there's a very, very, very famous basketball player in the U.S. that got the loan to buy his NBA team. I mean, you know what I'm talking about, but I won't say names. In the U.S. from a Nigerian banker who I know because my coach, when I was with the Nigerian national team, introduced him. He was able to get that loan, buy his NBA team, and brothers and sisters, that was it. I don't want to go into any details, but that business was done between a Nigerian banker and a brother from the United States. And that relationship is something that I see consistently throughout Africa when the economic stress is not there. And that economic stress is called, like you said, like brothers was speaking about, divide and conquer. They first come in there, they say, hey guys, we discovered oil in your land. That guy from that tribe is a jerk. You don't like him. You want to work with us. And then that strife begins. But a good book that I would suggest that if anybody wants to read it, that literally it paints out exactly what happened back in the days and is happening today is the Epic of Sundiata. So Sundiata was the grand uncle of Mensa Musa. Mensa Musa considered himself Muslim, but not by religion, because he didn't like the Bedouins who came in teaching a different type of Islam that he wasn't used to. In fact, he told them, don't come in here teaching that crazy Islam y'all teaching over there, because he didn't call them Arabs. He called them Bedouins, right? And Mensa Musa, he also had people that married into his empire that were 100% Israelites, right? And that was the beginning of the kingdom of Mali that graduated into the kingdom of Ghana. Kingdom of Ghana was Israelite, period. It was quote unquote Jew, right? And with that being said, again, I say when that foreign influence is out and the economic stability can be realized, brothers and sisters still operate in clans and tribes, but they treat each other differently. And I've seen it a million times, and I still see it today.
Well, that's a good point.
Go ahead.
But on the back of some of what you've said, I can't cover it all, but
Sure.
we've always witnessed individual accomplishments amongst our people. Like you said, like the brother who got with a Ghanaian and came overboard a basketball team. But when can we allow that or have the conversation of how that transfer to the poor and suffering in our communities to turn that full circle? Like, you understand? Because any rich people with money, regardless of color, can get together to make money. That's a business deal. But when are we going to realize that there's a responsibility to where we came from to fix that at the grassroots. Like, for instance, it don't take a rocket scientist to understand what's destroying our communities, right? Lack of opportunity and drugs for those who trying to get opportunity. The drug game. And I don't understand why at no time have we isolated that issue as a people to realize that they're using pharmakeia, sorcery, while destroying us. So if we understand it, these are the core things that are going on in our communities. Do our people have enough? I'm speaking of the rich, to facilitate and give certain opportunities to people, our youth, who could choose a better route for the same amount of money or close to it? Those are the conversations that our brothers and sisters need to be educated to a degree, spiritually educated, first and foremost, according to the Bible. Okay? Because the Bible encompasses it all. It even encompasses the economic side on how to operate economically. That's in the wisdom to operate with finances. All of that is in the Bible. Right? But it seems as if when people they forget. And that's the conversation I'm trying to have. It's like, yeah, I'm sure there's Ghanaians doing business with Americans or whatever, but is there any community to show for it? But go on, I'm gonna let you have the last word before I get to the next call.
So yes, I'll comment on that. It's going to be, so number one, yes, those quote unquote rich people do have that responsibility, and that responsibility is made plain when they get into the Bible, when they get into their cultural, because true religion is culture. That, you know, my grandmother that died at 111, the things she taught me when I would go back and see her in Nigeria, that's when I really got into the word, because she was saying things that were in the Bible. She didn't read the Bible. She couldn't read. Now, and I'm asking her, where did she get this from? She would say her father. So when that comes into play, when these rich people start getting into the word and developing the middle class, because as you said, that economic responsibility is delineated in the Bible. I've seen people do it, and similar to what Elder Aria said, it's almost like those few rich people, and I've seen it's few, but there's some that do it, that now say, I'm going back into my community and I'm developing this community. And what ends up happening is the middle class starts developing, and all of a sudden that spiritual understanding of community starts reigning throughout. It happens. It's and that community, that conversation, it is easy to have. And as Arya said, I think we do our job. We have the conversation, and if you don't want to be part of it, you just, as the Bible says, you just get kicked out of the community naturally.
Yeah.
And I'm all for that.
My brother, I'm gonna place you on hold. Great call, Gabayala. I'm gonna place you on hold for a second. Great call. And I would like to say this: it doesn't come without a hard stance. There has to be a moral code to say, well, listen, this is what will teach our children, and here's the line: any immoral activity against the Bible must be shunned at all times. Period. Any sexual immorality, doesn't matter what's going on with your head and who you think you are, all of that stuff is out of the window. It's not even a part of the conversation. Okay? And any people out there who's calling themselves minority, getting access to the money that belongs to our children through civil rights under some sexual activity, that's going to have to be addressed. Okay? We have now on the top
question to the brother.
Can I get a few more calls in, and then let me pull them in later, because I don't want to take the whole 30 minutes.
No problem.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Gabar, hold on, and Elder Gabar is going to ask you a question in a couple of minutes, so don't go anywhere. Natasha 941 area code. Write down your question so you don't forget it, Elder Gabar, if you don't mind. We have 330 area code, then Natasha. 330, then Natasha. Your hand.
Can you hear me?
Yes, the floor is yours. Your name and location.
Sorry, my phone's acting up. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello, Amos. How are you?
I'm blessed by the best. Floor is yours.
I'll read this. I just wanted to ask Oliver's opinion on the because I've noticed in like a lot of recent times that there's been a lot of anti-Black American and anti-African like sentiment. There's been a lot of like tensions that they've been pushing in their own personal propaganda, and I just wanted to know what do you all think about us trying to remedy that with people we know that are from Africa?
Well, first and foremost, we're from Africa. We ran into Africa as Israelites running from the Romans. All right. So there's two separate conversations, right? There's one conversation that's more political, right? That there should be a mutual respect when it comes for any people who have actually laid the foundation for one. And I think that's what the brothers and sisters are saying over here. And that circumstance, that in itself, sister, is developed out of scarcity. Now that our people are suffering in the communities with nothing to give their children, now they can't, there's no other place but to look at right now than all the immigrants that are coming in, getting access to the only opportunity we had. So that's the political landscape that's causing a division in fighting, right? And what I'm saying is a conversation should be had with morality, in place. Whether you're from Africa or America, where we have a code of respect and build together, right? So what I'm saying is politically, sister, a lot of this is growing out of scarcity. They're squeezing our people in the inner cities on purpose. And it's making it where our people are looking around saying, well, hold up. We built this country. But an African or someone from South America and others can come in and get the resources that came from the blood, sweat, and tears of slaves who worked here. I understand that sentiment, but I don't understand the sentiment of blaming those people when really it's Satan turning up the pot, making it where there's nothing for us, giving it to other people so that we can politically and otherwise attack one another. See, and that's where the spirit of the church comes in at, what Christ was talking about, to unite us, right? To unite us under one spirit so that we can have this conversation where it's not about any of these conflicts, all right? Right now, like the example I gave you, or the brothers we have here on the panel, regardless of their tribe, I know that I would die for them and they'll die for me. So economics is just what? Economics that comes down the line is just a prerequisite of keeping the relationships together. So that's what I'm saying. I don't have no negative sentiments against Africans, right? Or anyone else. But the political landscape, the conversation must be had, because sometimes people come over under their own conceits without acknowledging the work that was put in place that will allow them to aggrandize themselves here in the country. So there still should be some level. When I go into another country, what I try to do is be as respectful as I can to those that will allow me to be able to do what? Benefit on their land. And I think that we as a people have forgotten that. I don't know if I answered your question, but we have churches in Ghana. We're working on building that and getting that up the way it needs to be. We have people operating in all different parts of Africa as far as the church is concerned. So there's a remnant that's going to come together and receive what we're dealing with here, and we'll network with them. But all in all, I think that there should be some more, there should be a respect factor. when others come into a country, knowing that our people at least be cordial. How about that, right? Right? Anything else, sister? Anything else?
Well, thank you, Elder.
All right. Thank you. And I had to put this out there because why? It's about solutions, right? And having tools that can change the next generation. It so happens that a sister out of nowhere sent, I got packages that I'm going to open this coming Friday during the Patreon. All these packages brothers and sisters have sent me. But I wanted to put this out there real quick. This sister, here's her business card right here. I took a picture of it. And I need you all to take a good look at that. Thank you for supporting Books by Anaya. Okay, at Books by Anaya on Etsy.com, right? And the reason why I want to put this out there because why? I seen those children playing in the church during the new month or the new moon, and I couldn't happen, but man, just a smile went over my face. These children are protected. All of that weird juice they be giving children, all of these children are stronger than and do not get sick because they were protected from birth not to get that crap up in them. Very smart and sharp. And the sister sent a tool here, right? I need y'all to see this here. I Am That I Am, a Hebrew coloring book, activity book, 90 plus coloring pages. Look at that. That's what now we're talking about real change here. And it starts off, the coloring book starts off with the Hebrew alphabet. See? Look at this. Look at this. That's what it's all about. And I know a lot of this comes from our Hebrew and Bible Academy, Elder Lawyer going over the Hebrew and all that. But look how that has extended to a degree where now our children have coloring books to learn the real name of the Most High in the ancient and the script Hebrew. You got the ancient and you have the square Hebrew in here. Look at this. Got puzzles, have puzzles and everything. Look at that. That's what truth is about. It's one thing about talking. It's another thing about building a nation. And this is a direct result of elders, you elders in here, you brothers in here, who have always did what? Put your hand to the plow and never look back. Now we are this is seriously affecting a whole new generation of children. This is what Christ intended. Look at this. Look at this. She got it published, everything. And that's why it's not too many times I'll just pull some stuff out and I got boxes all over the place. Brothers and sisters, you always show your appreciation and love for this church and the work we've done. And I'm going to let you know, we will continue with this work because why? You all with your prayers, the spirit to sustain us, to make sure we continue. That keeps us constant and what? Hungry for the kingdom. Thank you. And I'm going to put this up one more time so that y'all can pause the video and get with this sister. And if you have children, grandchildren, please support her book. That's what truth is about. This was amazing when I seen this. I'm like, oh my God, man, listen. And I'm going to open up a lot. Y'all be sending me all types of stuff. And sometimes when that happened with my mother, I mean, I was done, man, and all the gifts and doing Purim, the showering of gifts and the heartfelt letters, brothers and sisters, I really appreciate you. I mean, it's go unsaid. I'll continue to do what I'm doing because obviously, it shows a lot of appreciation on the other side with people I've never met who reach out and just encourage us to continue. Okay. And I'm saying that in the midst of, folks, you have to realize, in the midst of us doing all this, and Ari, I know it too. Even when we worked and went overseas, there was always snakes that would try to come amongst us and then hide themselves once the light came on. I'm going to tell you. And I'm going to tell you, they don't realize you're not fighting against us. You're fighting against the Most High. As long as the Most High have some work in us to finish, understand that he will defend this work till the end. All right. Did that hang up, or do we still have them on here? Two others. Okay. Let me see. I think the phone hung up, didn't it? Let's see. Am I there? Oh, I'm here. Okay. Okay, let's go down the line, and then you can ask that question in 1 second, Elder. We have Natasha, 914 area code.
Shalom.
Shalom, Natasha. You're live. Okay, your phone is very, very low. You're not even. It's very faint.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oh, the comment that I wanted to actually put out was that, far as with Africa, I feel that they think we got the good part of the stick. And when I say that, they feel like because we work over here, we have this and we have that, but a lot of them don't understand what we went through and still going through, to get where we are. They feel like that everything is, I'm not saying all of them, because all of them don't feel like that.
Yeah.
But they just kind of feel like that we got it good over here, not knowing what we went through, what we still going through. They're not being educated on that or being told, talked to.
Yeah.
A couple years back, my mother had to get her hair done, and it was this lady from Africa. She's from out of Nigeria, and she owned a shop.
Yeah.
My mother came all the way over. I drove my mother over and to get her hair done, and she was very rude to my mother. The outcome came out good, so I had to put her in her place. To let her know, like, look, you don't disrespect that. We came all the way over for business. What's the problem? And she thought she can just go ahead and just talk to her any way she wants to. And I said, no, that's not going to happen. Me and her had a conversation. We let her know, and I had to let her know we both the same people. We shouldn't be arguing like this. We should be just doing business like. But so it all came out. She was like, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna do your mother hair, and it was all apology and everything. But I think because we're not speaking to them, and letting them know. I had a friend, a guy friend who I used to speak to on the phone, and I would never forget that I would have I might be listening to you and Elder Lawyer, and the elders, as far as like if it was a Sabbath or anything, and he was listening, and this was going on for a whole year. He loved everything that you were saying. He loved anytime it can be old ones that I would put on. And he was just listening.
Praise
He
the Most
liked
High.
everything that was coming out your mouth. And I think what it is that a lot of them over there, yarn, they want it. They want it.
Yeah.
He asked me, he was like, well, when are they going to come over here? And I said, I don't know. I can't tell you when. I don't know. I'm trying to get in.
We're coming. Sister, yeah.
But
yeah, we're coming.
They
We're there.
is there, Elder.
Yeah, I know.
And they're listening. And the thing is that, they don't have, it's not like how we have the internet over here where we came up, we got internet over there. They kind of work different when over there. But I just want you to know from what I've seen, they're listening. They want it, and it's not, and they're being taught different over there.
Sister, while I was overseas in England, right? Check this out. Now, this was before we even had albums together and all that, right? Here it is, and I'm a type of person. I don't even talk about dreams and all that, but I'm gonna tell you what happened in this dream. I was in the UK. I had a dream that we were in Africa, that we that there was this big concert, and we did the truth with the choir and all that. This was before I came to America for the Passover, before any of that. And there was our people as far as the eye can see. It was a free concert where they can all come out and see us do the music. At the end of the concert, we were dropping the truth in all white as Israelites. Lawyer was there, my family was there. We had all white. I had Dimitri on. And then about a few minutes later, the security had to rush me off because there was some villagers who they said was coming to actually get rid of us. And they were trying to move us through the crowd in Africa. And I knew we were in Africa. And then I woke up. Now tell me, so I mean,
they caught.
The Most High showed me that was something in like, it was like 2000. I know I was in the UK. It had to have been about 2010, 2011. And I'll never forget that. But because we was there teaching, and Africans came out from everywhere, and it was people as far as the eye can see. And we did the music, and then we started teaching the word, and let me tell you, they were susceptible. They were eating it up.
Yeah, they want to hear. They want to hear.
Hey, sister, I'm telling you, hey, we close.
I want to hear, and it was, and it was, and the thing about it, it was so fun because at times we went and talked. He just wanted to hear what was going on, what was saying with you all, and it was. And the thing is, that's letting me know that they want to hear us. They want a part of it. They know that, it's things are being taught wrong or whatnot. And like I said, I have no ill will because I admire them. They have things that we might not have over here. Like they get up and they hustle. They get up and they go to work. They get up, personally.
But let me tell you, I've always got up and worked and hustled. So I believe that's another, what you would call stereotype that's been placed on different people, as if we are less workers or more lazy compared to them. When that's not the case. These are perceptions that are out there. Okay, but sister, great call. And I would like to say this while I put you on hold real quick. That situation where the person came in and had an issue with your mother, I don't believe that's just an African thing. I believe we have a problem with being cordial to one another as a people. I can go into a Wendy's to get me a milkshake or something and get a sister over there who have an attitude for no reason and won't give me the proper service. So that's just, we have to begin to hold brothers and sisters accountable so that there's some level of cordial interactions with one another going forward. I mean, do we just don't like each other? And if that's the case, that conversation must be had too, so that we can get over that. I mean, I don't even expect to get good service in certain situations. And guess what? If I do get good service, because I believe in tipping. I mean, me serving, especially in my young age, at restaurants and working in the restaurant business, I understand what it takes for good service and know that at the end of it, it can develop relationships even beyond you serving people. So I always thought to give the best service as a waiter, as a busboy, whatever I did. So I respect the art of tipping. So if I get good business, people don't know. If I get good service and interaction with a person, they don't know. They're going to get a tip that they can remember. I've always been that way. Okay. And see, but then it comes a time where our brothers and sisters in the service capacity, we have to also make it worth the people's while. We can't be going and fraternizing our brothers and sisters and leaving 75 cents on the table, $1 on the table, and expect good service. So it goes back and forth. We have to have the class we once had as Israelites. We need to bring class back. We need to bring long dresses back. We need to bring classy dressing back. You know what, Elder Gabar? Elder Gabar, the next music, the next music with the purpose we do, it's gonna be straight classy. From when the women come in, they're gonna have the gowns. The men are gonna be dressed nice with the shoes on, nice suit, white mitri. We're not gonna wait for people to bring class back. We'll do it. The next music with purpose gonna be straight class because this is how we were. When you look back at Nat King Cole, and back in that day when it was just class. The next music with a purpose, man, let me tell you, man, the sisters are going to have the gowns on. The brothers are going to be dressed head to toe like the princes they are. Watch. We're not going to wait for it to happen. We're going to do it. All right.
Absolutely.
The next one. Glenda, 678 area code.
Evening, Elders. How are you?
I'm doing well. Yourself?
I just wanted to point out, I think that it's been embedded between Black people that one Black people is better than the other Black people. And I say this because when my father came here, he was born in Guyana, South America, and he came here in the 50s. When he came here, they wanted to put Caucasian on his passport. He had to tell them to put Negroid. And he also used to tell us how when he came here, he had more prejudice given against him by Black people of America as opposed to the white people. Also, when my cousin came here from South America in the early 90s, he came dressed as Superfly. And I was like, why are you dressed like that? He told me that these were the movies that he used to see about us in his country in South America. He used to see us as the men as pimps and the women as prostitutes. So a lot of times in other countries, they portray us in different ways. Just like in Africa, they portrayed us with, when you saw African movies, you saw them with the bones in their nose. And a lot of times we're portrayed in derogatory ways. So as a Black person, when you're looking at another Black person, you kind of like, well, that's weird, or we don't do that. So we all have little prejudices against another Black people. So I just think that the entertainment world and how the government portrayed other Black people did affect how we think and look at people. And I know I've been in situations where I've had, me being a therapist, I had African men where I had to treat them and their faces looked like they didn't want me to touch them. They didn't want me to speak to me. And, it's just different situations where I've been, looked at in a derogatory way because I was a Black American woman. So I think it's embedded because of government as well as entertainment, how different Black people have been portrayed.
Well, it's interesting that you told me that your father, they wanted him to put white as a nationality on his on his paperwork. That's interesting. Was he lighter in skin?
Not at all. He was a no, not at all. He was a dark complexion person, but that's one of the ways in which they got the numbers up in terms of them being the majority.
Exactly.
A lot of people coming from different countries being Black were given Caucasian
You know what?
on their passport.
See, but that in of itself is really an untapped conversation that we don't realize of how they stack the deck against us. And this is what I'm saying. A lot of people believe, well, okay, like the sisters mentioned, they believe that since we were born here in the opportunity, the land of opportunity, if they can come over the country and get something almost immediately, that we must be lazy, not realizing that some of the grants and contracts they'll give people coming from other countries who have that nationality automatically take precedent over the people in the community. They won't even let us know that there's money available for us to set up businesses. And that minority money will go directly to these people who can align themselves as white against us. So I believe that there should be more education concerning that. Like I said, that summit, that conversation, that if you're going to come over here, you can't take sides with the oppressor. That makes you an enemy of your own people. And I'm glad your father took that stance. But that's the first I've heard a black person get the nationality of white, a status of white. So really, they're doing that to stack the numbers to stay the majority on record, using the minorities as a buffer class to attack the servant class within our communities, within the United States. And this is what make them, some of them take that status and believe they're better than us. See, and that's something that need to be discussed because a lot of our people don't know that that particular action exists politically against us. We think we were born to have nothing, and these other people come over. No, it's not that they pull themselves up from the bootstrap. They got an advantage getting off the plane. If they could agree to align themselves with us. Now that's an enemy. That's an enemy. A person who would choose a white status, coming into the country. These are the people I believe are placed in certain political areas and political positions to become a buffer class to destroy us. Great, sister. I didn't know that someone can do that. Thank you. That's new to me. I appreciate that. That's good information. Thank you, sister. Hey, Gabar.
Have a great day.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Glenda. You was cut off. What you say? I'm sorry.
I was just saying, have a great night. And I really do believe that when it comes to the East Indians and many other cultures who are of color, that they're classed like that because they come here with an attitude of being superior. So,
well, don't worry about it. I'm gonna tell you. Let me tell you. When they run into me, I straighten them right on out. They get the immediate understanding that they've been taught wrong, and I don't care. I won't ever meet you. I'll be like I said. I was in a Home Depot, and I was carrying some stuff. You know what I mean? And I was in line, and this East Indian looked at me and looked right past me, like, he can see through me. And this white elder woman was right next to me, and he went straight with his little gun to try to, they got that little price thing where they can actually aim it and get the price on the screen. And I'm like, I know you're not going to move that thing over there. And I took his arm and I moved his arm right to my stuff. I'm like, okay, you can go now. He was like, what do you mean? What do you mean? I'm like, listen, bro, you in America now. Okay, I don't know what y'all playing over there, but when I'm in line, I'm first. Okay, you looked at me and went right behind me to a white woman. I said, that doesn't work here in America. Do you understand that? You must be fresh off the boat, but you ran into the right guy today. Let me educate you. Okay, that's why I took his arm and we started getting my stuff together. Those pieces of wood, I need you to move that so that you can get to the barcode, please. All right. Not only are you going to scan it, you're going to move the stuff and scan it. I'm like, excuse me, ma'am, this is I'll handle this. He need to be educated here. And every time I go into that Home Depot, this guy chased me. He actually looked for me to ring up my stuff. Thank you, sister. I appreciate you. All right. Okay, we have Mwamba from the Congo. Mwamba from the Congo. Shalom, brother.
My name is Mwamba. So basically, to have a comment
about
the different type of racism.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is the sister, Mwamba. Mwamba
Yes.
from the Congo. I'm sorry, sister. Go ahead.
Yes. Hi. So just to give you a background, so my name is Mwamba. I'm from the Florida body. I was born in France, and my parents is from the Congo, Brazzaville. So, giving us my experience in regards the racism among the African American in America and African in France. So, when I was growing up in France, I was among different type of countries like Mali, Senegal, and other countries like Algeria, Morocco. There was not too much racism among each other, but more likely from the French, the white folks. They did not like us Africans to be in the country. So I felt more racism among that. Now, compared to the American side, when I came to the United States in 2000, at the time I was living in Maryland, I felt more racism. I did not feel racism among the white people, but I felt more racism among the Black Americans. So what I want to say is that it's so weird that now moving forward, I see more of my African American now. They try to embrace the African culture now. They're not giving me too much pushback as far as me teaching my children my African culture. That's one point. My second point is that you guys were talking about the Chinese, why the Chinese people are coming to Africa. So based on my family experience and myself, so basically, the reason when it comes to China, the Chinese come to Africa is because we have a lot of goods, a lot of, the gold, the mineral. My dad told me they used to pick up gold, in the ground. And because of the European colonization to Africa, when they set up the borders between, Mali, Senegal, Ivory Coast, the Europeans did not set up the borders they did not set the borders. What I'm saying is they set the borders within the tribes. So they set the borders, they call the tribes. So tribe was divided. That's what a lot of time we see a lot of African people, they have a lot of civil wars. It's not because they're fighting among each other, it's because they're fighting among tribes. So I'm from the Lari tribe and the Bantu tribe. My father used to tell me all the time, at the time in the 90s, they used to have a civil war in Congo, Brazzaville. And my father used to tell me all the time, the reason why we have war is because the Lari and I forgot the other name of the tribe, they used to fight each other. So whichever president become in power, they will oppress over the other tribes. And coming back to the Chinese, a lot of African countries are pushing away now the European now out the Africa because of the goods and the oil, and they are allowing the Chinese to set up the infrastructure in Africa. So the Chinese now are giving money to the African people to set up buildings and things like that, and they're kicking away the Europeans. So that's how we saw the Chinese taking advantage of that. But the Africans are not realizing the reason why it's happening because they're trying to take over the African continent because there's more land to build versus in other continents around the world.
See, but that's economic warfare. You're gonna let Chinese in thinking that they're gonna treat me better than the white people. So you think that's a victory, but the Bank of England is the bank that all banks are established on, even the finances that Chinese operate with. Keep in mind, China isn't controlling anything. That's a farce out there that Chinese is looking to economically pass every other country in the Western world and all that. That's a bunch of garbage. Esau is in control and using China and Asians as a proxy. And that's happening in these it's happening in these hospitals and all that. But the question is not about Chinese and others. When are our people in Africa going to come together and say, well, these resources belongs to us and begin to operate from the inside out? And you know what? And I can tell you when. Never. Never. But that should be the conversation, not about trying to align themselves with the people who set the infrastructure only to put the country in further debt to China. Who's going to pay that debt? It's not like they're going over to build this infrastructure and put all this business and all this there in Africa for free. It comes with a price. The bank will own. And they're there to eventually get rid of the people. That's the prophecy is this, that he should put hooks in Magog and bring them back. Put hooks in their jaws and bring them in to the war. It's not talking about Russia. It's talking about putting hooks in China and bringing them back into the Valley of Jehoshaphat, into the area where the last war will happen. That's what they're there for Africa for. They need the resources to sustain their people, but in order to sustain their people, the Africans, the Israelites on the land of Africa must go. And in the last war, a lot of our people in Africa are going to be running into the wilderness and areas, and this is what's going to lead a small few from Africa into the wilderness. And it's going to be because of them letting China through. So the gospel,
I agree, Elder.
The gospel must be taught, and the people in the inland, western, and different parts of Africa eventually going to have to start making their way north. That's going to be the funneling, according to prophecy. I'm going to be going into that very soon. But all of Africa is going to be dealt with, village by village. They're going to be cutting people off, all these types of things, and it won't be televised, and the internet will be shut down while doing it. So I'm going to have that conversation at another time. I'm putting out too much right now. Outside of that's going to be a lesson anyway. So let me not talk about that. But get your people ready, sister. You know you're Israel, correct?
I am from, I think I spoke to you before. I'm from the Levi tribe, based on my, the Lari and the Bantu, so yes. I just have one more point.
But before you make that point,
French university?
Before you make that point,
is there any French university?
Are there anywhere?
Is there any French speaking for the Jersey? Because I know there's a lot of African people that speak French, and I want to send some videos in French to my family in France in Africa.
We do have French speaking church members. Yes, we do. So we can work that out.
Can I
we
have
can
the
work that out.
information? Okay, thank you.
Now, what I can do is,
I just want to say one more thing.
Don't worry about it. I'm gonna write down your number and we'll work it out. Hold on.
Okay. And I just want to say that I had fun last year to the Passover. It was my first time. So the student I had a wonderful, wonderful time. I just want to say congratulations, guys. You guys did a great job. Keep up the good work. And I'm also attending the academy, and you guys doing a wonderful job. And God's really, really blessed guys. I think you guys are like the angel that sent to heaven to teach us the knowledge. Keep up the good work.
Oh, hey, elders, elders. That's why I wanted y'all to be on here tonight, because a lot of what we're talking about doing has already begun happening, even through the church in of itself. Christ is strategically gathering the elect to the elect from the four corners of the earth. And guess what? All praise be to the Most High. We can't sleep on the power of the ministry in of itself. But to hear testimony like this allows us to establish a network to get to our people with those who are baptized in the church. Look at this. I mean, absolutely amazing. Let me put down your number, sister, and I'll call you, okay?
Bye, guys.
Look at that there. Look at that there.
And although, it probably doesn't get here, but the next 10 years or so, I would like to see, or it should be a thing that, and I want to hear your thoughts on it, that when it's all said and done, there should be more churches of the Getting Christ Church in Africa than any other continent, because that's where is the biggest continent, first of all, of the world. And I think there's more of us there than any other continent. I think maybe maybe here in America is probably second place, or maybe in South America. I don't know that data, but absolutely, I'm very excited to talk about the Africa Initiative because you and I talked in length about that. That we got to definitely put our mark in all the continents in the world, but especially in Africa.
I'm going to say this. I've always treated others with respect, right? I mean, not just Africans, any other people I've run into. It's it's best to leave a lasting impression on those we interact with, and regardless of it, even if somebody treat me negatively, whatever, I still try to respond in a kind manner. So, and I'm saying that to say, just like REI, he was dealing with a brother in Egypt who kept ignoring him, and he was like, "Yo, can't you see we're the only blacks around? You want to say hello?" And it wasn't until REI went to the brother and was like, "Yo, we're brothers," that he was like, "Well, okay, because why? We were told to look right through our people, as if there's no significance." And sometimes we have to be the catalyst to create that conversation that would lead to what? A union, an Israelite revival, us coming back together as the Most High intended, gathering the elect to the elect. Before you, Gabar, lose your question, let me pull Gabar Ya'ala back on so you can ask him that question. Gabar Ya'ala. Gabar Ya'ala from West Africa. Hello?
Here.
Okay, your volume is pretty low.
Because you have 5 miles now.
Okay, what is your question, Elder Gabar?
My question was, I want to ask earlier in regard to the different tribes that in Africa, they don't look at color, they look at tribes. And people from outside of the world may just say, okay, they're all Africans, but when we look much deeper, they're more associated with, well, what tribe you're from, not just skin color. And I'm asking, so it seems to me that the way you were speaking to that earlier, and I want to ask you, do you believe that the tribalism has been a detriment to us? It's been to the point that they could come in and divide us through tribes. I want to make sure that I heard you correctly, that is actually hurting us in Africa. I want to get clarification. It was a question. I want to make sure if you felt the same way.
Sure. Well, due to the economic status of the majority of Africans because of foreign influence, yes. But before their influence, there was little tribalism. It existed, of course, but it wasn't like it is now.
I see.
Right? So before they came in, everybody knew he's Igbo, he's Yoruba, he's ethnic, he's outside, he's whatever, and they still did business together. There was no war. I'll use Nigeria as an example. There was no intertribal war before the influx of foreigners, period. Now, other countries, different. But the influx of foreign influence was the proliferation of extreme tribal wars. I believe in tribe. I believe in the idea of tribe. Look, I consider myself from Texas. I was born in Michigan, but I was raised in Texas. And when I played at UT, we'd go play, Providence, and we would stand up and say, we're from Texas. And it was a friendly competition. It wasn't I hate you, but it was just what it is. It's not a big deal. And when we're done playing, they say, hey, my boy, I'm sorry, go ahead, Elder.
This is what we need, though, because on the surface, it's all good. But it seems like the place that divide us can be one day used by the enemy to the contrary. So I understand your outlook, but it's based on the values that's instilled within you, believing in the Most High. So it's time for us to. When can the conversation be had? And maybe I'll have it out of here. I'm going to have your number, where all the tribe leaders sit down and just dissolve the lines between them.
I believe those conversations can happen. I'll say, for lack of a better word, randomly. Like, I'll give you an example. The two sisters that came on before were great calls because they did exactly what you're supposed to do. So remember, you hear my accent. I was raised in Texas. When I go to Nigeria or Malabo or Chad, well, when I go, I speak French as well, so they can't tell when I'm speaking French. When I go to the English-speaking countries, they call me white boy. They do me the same way.
Crazy,
right? So the same thing that you did, the same thing you did to the guy at Home Depot, I don't take offense to it. I just address it. And once you address it, you get the same response those sisters had. They all calm down because it's not an African or tribal thing. It's a quote unquote black thing. We all do it. I go to Wendy's. The sister from Third Ward, Texas, is just rude for no reason. Right? And then you address it. You say, sister, why are you doing me like that? What did I do? Oh, I'm sorry. I was in a bad mood. Well, you ain't got to be. You don't have to be frowning at me. We're all going through it. Okay, I'm sorry. Done. So the conversation can be had all the time.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Address it. You say, wait a minute. Yeah, you're doing me this way. Why? And you'll be surprised. The quote unquote African is not doing it because you're American or South African or English or Jamaican. He's doing it because he's mean. And you got something going on spiritually.
I got you. Well, I just want to get to the next call.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna let you end it because I got to get to the next call. All right. I got your sentiments.
Go ahead.
All right. I'm sorry. All right. And I'm going to call you off of this. And I think that I understand the points, what he's saying. We need to do what we can do individually. Right. And I guess what, it's done all the time on my part. But it's going to have to come a time where it's something more effective that can affect a lot of people, knowing that we have a short time. Somehow we have to get there. All right. Zachary, 443 area code. Zachary, shalom.
Huh?
Shalom, Zachary. You're live.
You hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay. My question is for you. I have a question for you and Elder Lawyer. But first, I'm gonna say the question for you. What you was referring to earlier in your discussion, about the community summit, I was gonna say that was like a better understanding, like to have a common ground, versus a civil rights leader, like different people between like the years 1940s and 1970s. Like it was everybody kind of like had the same agenda in mind, but having that title, civil rights leader, versus having like everybody just sit and talk about it. Do you think either one is better, or you just
I think
like everything is the same thing?
Well, I don't understand what you're asking in particular when you say the civil rights. What are you asking me?
Like when it is each person back then, like versus Martin Luther King or somebody that like wanted to fight for your rights, like as a civil rights leader, versus what you were saying about the community summit, everybody just coming to a common ground.
Well, when I think about a community summit, I could care less if one of those civil rights guys or a politician is there. We would just need grassroots influencers. I wouldn't even mind having pastors there. As long as pastors can leave their belief out there and understand when you walk in this door, you are an Israelite. Okay? You're not bringing no Christian belief in here. You're coming in here as a people that are being attacked by all nations as the children of Israel. And if the civil rights people want to come in, they can leave their civil rights at the door too. We don't care about that. Civil rights has been a tool to usurp and destroy us. We're coming in with the knowledge because as an Israelite, we're coming in, you're walking in the door with a code to be upheld. And if anyone would like to disagree with us coming on code with one law, one understanding on how to treat one another, they shouldn't come in anyway. Whether it be Crips, Bloods, whether it be a musician, you're coming in as an Israelite, agreeing that we're going to talk about the history of what happened to Israelites up until this point, up until this time, so that our children don't do what? Are doomed to repeat the same history of dying, not realizing why. See? So if it put together in a good, nice, clean way, today we put down everything, our core beliefs, the history of our place in this country and all this other stuff, and everyone is coming. It doesn't matter, mothers, children, whether you're a Muslim, whether or not Pan-African, doesn't matter where you are, you're leaving it at the door and you're walking in as Israelite. And it's going to start off where we go into history from when we were being destroyed, not as Africans, as Israelites, and the tactics that were used by the enemy. From Rome all the way until today, to let everyone know that every war that's declared in this earth, no matter what they call it, is a war declared on Israelites. Because at the end of the day, the legislation pushed between Ukraine and Russia isn't going to affect, they're going to go on Europeans as normal, and the laws put in place is going to stress our people even more and destroy them. So they have to understand the tactics of war and how the Gentiles have always waged war against us to keep us down economically. And at that point, once we get that, then there's another one after that which discusses solution. But the code must be established first. Got it?
Oh, I had a comment too.
And another thing. What we can't have. We can't have usurpers and serpents. Okay, who are known to be serpents amongst the resolve. Okay? But go on. And these know who they are.
Okay.
These are people who would come in to try to get in on the train on while it's moving, only to see what they can get out of it. Really, but they'll come in as enemies, right? But that's a whole nother discussion. Come on. One other, because I got a few more calls to get.
Okay. Knowing the true doctrine of the Bible, I was thinking that is the Most High allowed black people to lose everything around the time Martin Luther King came about, around like all the competition about the Black Wall Street. He wanted equality for all people. This caused black people to lose their homes and communities and businesses and etc. and all that, bringing in Caucasian people together with black people.
Well, no.
Well, why didn't Martin Luther King bring like the voting and the politics and the mixtures, knowing that the community, knowing that the voting was going to wasn't going to really bring a real change. We know in the Bible, the people in Israel, the chapter, Deuteronomy chapter 17, verse 14, when it's saying that the king to rule over them. So that's why he had a modern day kings like the president versus, back in medieval times, there was the king, but in modern time, that was the president. He meant well, but bringing out nature in a deeper sinkhole, the mindset or the confrontation of the general wealth.
There's two
Like when
things.
the people.
There's two things there. I think you called with
Yeah.
the question last week, but I guess you were able to, you really convey it more clear this week, right? I think you
Yeah.
called with that, and okay. The whole
To clarify.
yeah, you clarify. You did a great job at it. It's like this, brother. First and foremost, what Martin Luther King was doing isn't portrayed correctly through mainstream Zionist media. Okay? Don't forget, once he's seen where they were staring the I have a dream scenario, he had a meeting with the civil rights leaders and says he afraid that he have marched our people into a burning house. From that point on, he started teaching economic empowerment specifically for our people. And he said, well, listen, the first thing was voting. Now that we have the constituency in place, we have to talk about now repairing the breach financially to our people who built the country. When that conversation was had and it was no longer about locking arms with Jews or this, that, and the other, they killed him. Okay, so that's a
When he got in cahoots with politics.
Well, exactly. So that's the conversation that they're not telling people, right? We were never supposed to unite politically with Babylon and look for a Babylonian escape or respite from exactly what Babylon is. Okay, we were always, as a people, we were supposed to desire something greater. Either we can have it all and not play the middle, because by playing the middle, that our people fell asleep. At least
I have one more quick question for Elder Lawyer.
Okay, I'm gonna let you do that, and then I'm gonna let Lawyer go.
Okay.
Before the 60s, into the 60s, we understood what the government really felt about us and operated amongst each other accordingly. Well, guess what? The sentiments of the country never changed against us. We just moved into a comfortable place where the enemy can now just target us and to destroy us under this civil rights garbage. So we were never supposed to trust what's out there. We were supposed to operate with these people in the spirit of love and respect and walk circumspect, but not forget who they were. And that was the era. Okay. Martin Luther King seen what they was doing politically and was intelligent enough to quantify it. And when that happened, when he tried to stare it a different type of way, it was too late. You can ask the lawyer the question.
They brought him to his death because they wanted a king, or they were trying to make it look like he had a lead position. It started them doing it on themselves.
Well, brother, that's
like they wanted the king.
Well, brother, that's an opinion. This don't no one. That scripture about the king you're bringing that has nothing to do with Martin Luther King.
Okay, well, I was just talking about the mindset of how the people, they were supposed to be living for.
I'm saying, listen,
higher,
brother.
but they was thinking more.
Brother, listen, I can agree.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the
No.
question.
What you're gonna do is back up and let me explain this, and then ask a question to the other lawyer. Okay? Because you're not going to bring a scripture that has nothing to do with it. We can agree on the premise of him going the wrong way. But when you started adding scriptures to that, then you're not rightly dividing the word of truth. You cannot use that scripture for Martin Luther King.
I was just talking about the scripture is how the people was thinking at that time. That's the only reason why I brought up scripture.
Brother, listen to what I'm saying, though. You cannot use that scripture for Martin Luther King. It doesn't fit. Okay? So now we can go. I'm just saying, because if you start doing that, you're going to start doing that for other things, not rightly dividing the word of truth. Okay. Now, would you like to ask lawyer a question?
Yes.
Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Elder Lawyer, do you think the title or however you frame it, the role that Nelson Mandela and Martin Luther King was similar about Nelson Mandela was trying to calm down or make apartheid in a positive, better way? Because like they broke up into like 4 different tribes, however you want to say it, like you being an Israelite or a black person, a Caucasian, or the color is like mixed colored people or Indian, like bring between the tribes, separating the tribes in the continent of Africa, breaking up the nations. Nelson Mandela was really similar to Martin Luther King and the whole different continent. Do you think that was similar to the same role what Martin Luther King was trying to do, but it was in a different part of the earth, another continent?
Okay, let me put you on hold and you'll answer that question, Zach. Great question. Okay, what he was.
I'll try to answer it to the best.
Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead, Elder Lawyer.
I'm sorry, go ahead. You can phrase it.
No. Well, he was just asking what they did with Martin Luther King is the same as what happened with Mandela.
Well, from what I know from Mandela, you know, not too up on that particular history, but what I know concerning Mandela is that he started off as a revolutionary that was fighting for the freedom of his people in South Africa. Eventually, he went to prison. When he was older, no longer had that spirit. The spirit was going to fight for the freedom of his people. He was pulled out of prison and used more so as a pawn to pretty much give a symbol of freedom without the actual, the actual actions to follow. So I don't know where the comparison. I mean, I guess you would say the comparison would be with Martin Luther King. Is at one point early on, Martin Luther King maybe was used to push certain things that were symbols of freedom, but truly didn't give freedom. But as was mentioned, when he realized that those things were not going to work and that they would actually produce failure for the Black community, he tried to switch things up, focus more so on economic freedom and economic equality, what have you. But by then it was too late. He had already overstayed his welcome, if you will. So I don't know if you can draw the comparisons between the two in that regard, but hopefully that answers the brother's question.
And thank you, Elder Lawyer. Going down the line, a few more questions.
Muted. Unmuted.
Now, let me emphasize why I had to emphasize and bring a stern moment in the midst of that phone call. Okay? One cannot use a scripture out of context and solely try to focus that scripture on that context. It's dangerous because they'll begin to do what? Teach other scriptures erroneously to their own destruction. You can't formulate something in your mind and get a scripture to verify that. It doesn't work that way. No scripture is of any private interpretation. The political discussion, that can be had, and how it affected our people and betrayed our people when it came to that instance in history, which we all seen, was a serious bait and switch that would infiltrate us and usurp us from the inside. That can be discussed, and there's a lot of scriptures on that. But we cannot use scriptures about a king and setting up a king and use Martin Luther King, okay, and begin to make those comparisons. That's an error. And that's why I have to emphasize, we can kick it and talk all we want, whatever. But when you was talking to what the scriptures are saying that, no, you can't do that and say, okay, here's a deep moment. Let me pull Martin Luther King out of this scripture. That is wrong. And we have to correct that, because when people start doing that, it doesn't stop there. Okay? All right, let's go down. Devon has a comment. Shalom. Did you come on earlier, Devon?
Oh, wow, yeah.
Okay, let me go to the next one. We have a few more. All right, 404 area code. Shalom.
Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yes, I can hear you loud and clear. You're live.
Okay, great. I didn't really have any question. I just wanted to make a quick little testimony. It won't take too long, it's 3 minutes maybe.
Sure, go on.
All right, so I was at a point in my life, it was about 5, 6 years ago, and I had went through a situation, and I ended up going to church. My mom would go to church all the time, and I had been in the streets for a while, and I had cut that out, and then I started going to church with my mom, and I just started growing with the Most High, just building that relationship with Him. So fast forward a little time later, I was in church all the time. I would go to church every Sunday with my mom. So then I started reading the Bible on my own, because I'm like, certain things that pastors say just not adding up for me. And I would notice how after like a year or so, I would notice how he would periodically go through the same scriptures, and he would stick to those same scriptures around the same time that he just taught lessons about those scriptures the previous year. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. Or what you're saying is that it was like
All right, so
he had a script that he would do with lessons from year to year. And
yeah,
it was just
yeah,
it was
it's
off
like he was
script.
reading off script exactly.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. So I started reading on my own, and I had my mother reading with me. I was reading more than she was at the time, but I was reading like every day. You know what I mean? Like I would just randomly read. I wouldn't like try to read from one end to the next. It would just be like I'll pick up the book, and whatever page I turn to, that's what I'm reading for the day. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So one time I started having panic attacks. I was having panic attacks like every day, like 3, 4 of them a day. So, I would deal with it. And then one day I had a panic attack, and it just wouldn't stop. Like, it just wouldn't stop. It just kept going on and on and on, to the point that I just got on my hands and knees, and I was just crying and just begging the Most High, like, just take this away from me. You know what I mean? And at the time, I was still calling Him God and saying, Jesus, I want, and I was still in that Christian type of phase, as far as the terminology go. But like, I had heard someone call Him Yah, so I started saying Yah, and my panic attacks got even worse. Like, it was just getting worse and worse. Like, every time I would say that name or whatever I said, it just seemed to get worse. So I just screamed out, like, Father, what do you want me to call you? And He told me, call me I am that I am. And when I said I am that I am, it immediately, as soon as I said I am that I am, my panic attack went away. Right then, on the spot, gone. So then I was like, okay, that just made me want to dive in deeper. And then the spirit led me to you guys' video, and I seen you doing a lesson about the first video I ever watched. You know what I mean? Because the spirit led me was about you teaching about, the Most High's name being I am that I am.
Mm-hmm.
So it was just confirmation. And I never had seen that in Exodus when he was dealing with Moses, but you brought that to light. And I had never seen that before. So that was just, my little testimony, something that I always wanted to share, with you guys. So, I've been following, and, so you guys are doing great work, and I appreciate, the lessons and the teachings that you guys are bringing forth.
I want to show something real quick while you're saying that, because this is how they're looking to discredit the Bible, right? With these seeded lies of Jah and all that. They know that you can find the Yah God as a deity in ancient Egypt. They know that. So what they try to do is they'll say, well, if Yah and Yahweh or Jehovah was predated Moses, how can y'all claim that he's the God of the Israelites? And they do that to try to discredit. But let me show you something real quick. Let me show you. I'm going to pull this up real quick. And any of you can do this on your own time. On your own time. Right? On your own time. Just type in when you get an opportunity. Right? And since you said that, I'm just going to pull it up real quick. Just type in when you get an opportunity. You can Google it. Yah, the moon god. And you will see the word I is synonymous to Y. It says what? I, which is synonymous to a J, I, a J. A lunar deity in ancient Egypt religion. The word simply means moon. It is also transcript Jah or Yah. So you can find this name even before Moses within Egyptian antiquity and history. That's not the name of the Almighty. It just only means a God without denoting which God. Well, Jah or Yah is what? A pagan god. It's a pagan god. Okay? And see, that's why everyone and their mother go against the name of the Most High, even though it's right there in the Bible. It's right there in the Hebrew. Even Hebrews with their Torah can see it right there. And they'd be like, well, all right, I can't say outright this is wrong. So I'll just say that this is him speaking from the first person. But in second person, it's Jehovah or Jehovah. Or they'll say it's the same name, even though it's not. So that's a clear distinction between the name of the Most High and all the other gods worshipped by the Gentiles. Ahia is his name. And I'm glad the Most High revealed that to you before you even ran into a video. Bless you, brother. All right? Bless you. I can only take one more call. I'll get you soon. Sunshine, 813 area code. 813 area code. You're live. Last call for this evening.
Shalom, Elder Ricard.
Shalom. Even though we sidetracked a little bit, we can end it soon. You see the topic, the African conversation. Anything on it?
Elder, no, it's off topic. My name is Sister Deanne. I'm calling from the Florida body.
Okay.
I'm presently in New York with my mom, and I was asking the elders for prayers on her behalf.
or we can call you up and do prayers with you. How does that sound?
Okay, that'd be wonderful.
Okay.
You'll take my number, Elder, and give me a call.
I just took down your number, your name.
Oh, Deanne.
You said Deanne? Deanne?
Yes, Deanne.
I have it. Prayer for mother in Florida. I'll make sure we give you a call, sister. All right?
Thank you, Elder.
You're welcome. Shalom. The real last call, 615. Make sure we call you, sister.
Shalom, Elder.
Last call for this evening. The floor is yours.
Hello?
Yes, the floor is yours, brother.
Shalom, Elder. How you doing?
I'm blessed by the Almighty.
Good. Yes, man, I want to make a comment on the African conversation.
Okay, floor is yours.
Like you said earlier, man, based on what I've been seeing since I was growing up, the conversation is being had, and I want to say all praises to the Most High for the work He's doing with His body. I've been following GOCC for a while, and I remember when you guys was just when it was just a small little group of you guys, just to see the work that has been doing, it's amazing.
Hey, brother, do me a favor. Turn off the radio in the background. Turn off the radio in the background, please.
I have a radio on.
There was an echo with the broadcast. Everything you said came twice.
Okay. What about now?
You're good. It's excellent.
Okay, yeah, man. I'm very grateful for the work I've been seeing done in the GOC body. When I seen that you guys had the truth, and I've been following you guys since 2015, and I was so thankful that I wasn't crazy, because I was in the church and I was wondering, like, how come they're not speaking on that we are the people? How come they not bringing out that Christ is not white? And just when I found you guys, it was something for me to cleave to, and I didn't see that you guys were gonna grow and be this big. But now, just since following y'all all these years, I'm seeing the work being done. I'm seeing the gospel being spread, and it's amazing. It's amazing. The conversation that we're talking about has already been done, and if you guys can remember, right before this pandemic, just the same conversation we was having, and the enemy is continually trying to get in front of it. But it's rolling. The conversation was already been had when the Black Panther movie came out and the Wakanda and all of this. We was talking about going back, and I dated African women, and you have just embracing them. It's not a divide. We created that divide. Judah, we created a divide. Different cultures, we divide each other within neighborhoods. So we have to get out of that and continue just to build as the men. The men is going to be the leader. And I'm so grateful to see that we got elders like you guys who's finally standing up for young brothers like me, because I was just a young brother and I don't have any leadership, but I was glad to see that God is working through our leaders. He is bringing forth leaders like you guys. And man, all praises to the Most High for what He's doing with, man, the strong man of Judah, man, because I know I didn't get this truth through the rest of the tribes. I was able to find the truth through strong brothers in America teaching it, and I knew what I knew. I knew from a kid that seeing the Egyptian cartoons where black people was being slaves, I knew that was us. But no one in America taught that. You would go to the pastor and ask him, hey, what? Are we these people? No, we're not them. And it made me wonder, like, okay, well, maybe we're not. But I kept searching. I read it for myself.
and I finally found the GOCC, and they was on key. And man, you guys, God is doing the work with y'all, man. I just want to say thanks. All praise the Most High for y'all, man. And another thing, Elder, I think it would be great if you could come up with a curriculum, brought a book for a curriculum for the body, giving us the guidelines of how to grow in this truth. That would be awesome because you guys got it, man.
Well, I'm working on it now, and I'm back on it after the Passover. I have the men classes, but I'm going to be up on it after the Passover. But yeah, brother, hey, the curriculum will be tight. But are you in the Hebrew and Bible Academy?
Hey, I know it will. Yes, sir. I've been
All right.
in 5 of them, 6 of them.
Hey,
Every chance I get, I'm joining one. You know, I love the GOC Academy, and the GOC Academy speaks for itself.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. Get up. Are you a part of a congregation?
Man, I'm from a small town in Tennessee, so I've never been able to congregate with you guys. It's close to it's right on the border of Alabama and Tennessee. So I always just kept up with you guys online. I've never been able to link with the body. So,
Brother, I'll be in Tennessee this April, so hopefully I'll see you there.
okay.
And let me have your name.
Amazing. Yes, what?
Let me have your name.
My name is Darius. Darius.
In Tennessee. I'll be there April. And I hope to sit down with near the weekend for one night, at least the brothers and sisters in that area. So I'm gonna put your name down, Darius, and elders. They're listening. Elders, go. REI. Remember, there was nobody in the church.
Yes, sir.
I remember. Man, y'all guys,
let me tell you.
I know the Most High did.
Hold up.
I know he did.
Hold up, REI. I told you.
Yes,
I
sir.
told you where all we got to do is keep going, right? Elder Gabar, remember you was the last of the Mohicans left here in America, in New York, by yourself, calling me, wondering what was going to happen?
I was like, there's no one here, Elder. You guys over there, but I'm stuck here. Let me be the point person. And we started with phone calls. Now we got, I'm overseeing 11 churches. So, and that's just my region.
Look at that.
Yes,
Amen.
never expect this.
And
And I was just thinking, I was just thinking, I'll be here for a few years. I'll be hanging out with the guys up there in a few years. It was more like we'll be out of here in a few years. I wasn't, to be honest with you, I wasn't even thinking. I was just wanting to fellowship, and I was even in the point that I was like, okay, Elder, do we have to leave right now? I just got back into the truth. Can we? And I got to think about traveling plans, but I never would have thought a million years it would have ended this way.
Well, Elder,
Not in a million years.
Elder, let me tell you, it was about getting things together for the next phase.
Next phase.
And brother, you held the fort, and now look. But guess what? It's not over. This is just the beginning. I remember when it was just me and a few guys, and I was sitting there in a church at 16th and Styles in one little room with chalk and a chalkboard. And I told the brethren, I'm like, listen, the Most High is going to bring a different type of fame. We just need to teach and go out and do what we need to do. He said that this word will be spread throughout the four corners of the earth, and the end shall come. And they know I didn't have anything, and everybody looking at me, and one brother looked at me and says, Elder Ricard, how are we going to do this without cheese? I'm like, what? He says, man, where's the cheese? Lawyer was there. I'm like, what are we, rats here? I'm like, brother, we have faith. If the Most High said it's going to get done, it's going to get done. I don't know how we're going to get the money. Okay? But we need to teach. And he looked at me like he was crazy. I guess he had a rat name called the Cheesy Bread Man or something. And the first thing he said was, y'all don't have the money to do what y'all talking about. And I'm like, in my mind, I was just saying, okay, I don't know how long. Without faith, there's no moving in this. You get on the road of faith, and the Most High will put what's needed on it. Seek ye first the kingdom and all its righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. And the whole thing is, no, let me tell you, you're going to have naysayers, doubters, scoffers, but the key that I've always told elders and brethren, never stop. And that'll be the difference between what we're doing and everything else. Christ never stopped, all the way to where? The crucifix. Never stop. If you pick up the plow and turn back, you're not worthy of the kingdom. The people can say whatever they want to say about us, or even me. I don't care. But one thing they can't say is that I stopped working. It doesn't matter what. When that Sabbath came, where was I? When it was time to get people together and organize, where were we? And see, and that's what it's about. Sustaining a work as a sign so that Israel can actually witness what can happen through perseverance. And guess what? It didn't happen through no rich people. It happened through poor people who came together in the Spirit of Christ and unified and stopped talking about and waiting for something to change. So that's the example that this can happen. That listen, folks, Christ told us the kingdom cometh not by observation, it's within you. And like I've mentioned many days, yes, the kingdom was within us. The other nations realize it. Every kingdom was built by us. Just that we don't realize how to utilize that in the spirit for our own, for Christ's kingdom. So this is why I'm glad when elders are on. That's why I wanted to have y'all on so y'all can hear this real time. This is not just Elder Ricardshia or Elder Lawyer, or this was a work in y'all local areas where a lot of people don't even know who's working behind, in the shadows, and just because they see Elder Lawyer and myself every week. But it takes a lot of brothers and sisters, wives, and organizations within the churches to sustain this for brothers to come in like he's going to come in. With all this excitement, with him seeing the videos for years, elders, now he's ready to come in now. So if we didn't work to establish that here, where would he go? So that when he come in, he can build his brick in a foundation so that other young brothers and sisters can come in and say, you know what? If it wasn't for you sustaining this, I would not have had a place to go in preparation for the kingdom. And this is where we say, thank you. Thank the Most High and thank Christ. And we thank all of the leaders who persevered through good and bad, no matter what it was. You sustained the work. And Christ see it. The Most High see it. Has everything been perfect? No. But have we ever stopped? No. And that's the key. That's the difference between success and nothing. Because not succeeding, which is the kingdom, isn't an option. With that, I'm going to say shalom. Thank you all for supporting the work. We'll see you on Patreon this Friday. Stay prayed up, sin not, and thank you, my brother. I'll call you up, brother Darius from Tennessee. I'll call you up. Stay prayed up, sin not. We thank all you elders. We will soon see Zion. Shalom,
Using Blog
elders.
Talk Radio. Goodbye.
Shalom, folks.
Love you. Stay strong. Israel. That's right. We're calling back. He's calling us back now. Here we go. The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. 1121 BC. The Assyrian king
took us down, we fell. With the great escape, we went to the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. Baby, Modesto, Cubans, Ephraim, from Puerto Rico, Naphtali from the house of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel, Babylon, from Panama, yeah, the North American Indians, the Dominicans, our highest gathering in Israel. The Arabs and Americans told us at gunpoint to gather our wives and children and sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled and hid. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. Gather around ship, Economica, Reuben from Australia, is the crop, the Mexican. I was gathering news right as I'm shooting up. The day closes, Pentimenta was landing us. Levi, vacation. I am gathering news.